as fuck, I'm up before the sun. Coffee in my cup, charts loading one by one. Ain't no time to waste, got my system down. Trading's what I do, about to get this crown. Screens all lit up, candles red and green. This my morning shit, know just what I mean. Sipping slow and steady, while I check the trends. Mad focus now, this is how my day begins. Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Fuck the formal trading, that ain't how I roll. Take my time analyzing, that's how I get gold. Coffee getting cold, but I'm locked right in. Watching patterns form, know just where to begin. This ain't rocket science, just my daily grind. Same shit, different day, but I'm doing fine. Got my setup perfect, got my mind just right. About to make these moves, gonna do this shit all night. Yeah. Sipping and trading, trading and sipping. Got my momentum, ain't no way I'm slipping. And patterns, patterns and flows. This is my rhythm, everybody knows. Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Money moves, they all this shit feel from home. I can get cold, but I'm still in the zone. Making money move, yeah, this shit feels like home. Fuck sleep, I got my morning mapped, while these other bitches still trapped in the naps. Quiet house, screens lit up bright. My setup perfect, everything's right. First sip hits, mind gets clear. Another day to fucking dominate here. Watch the numbers dance and slide, while my coffee keeps me certified. Charts and coffee started right, yeah. Focus tight, mind in flight, mind in flight. Charts and coffee make it flow, yeah. That's the rhythm that I know. Second cup, now I'm in the zone. All these patterns speaking in code. They don't know about this morning grind, being sharp when others fall behind. Fuck that FOMO, I stay composed. Years of practice, that's how it goes. Every move calculated clean. This ain't luck, you know what I mean. Early bird gets the fucking win. That's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark. That's what sets the real one me. Early bird gets the fucking win. That's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark. That's what sets the real ones apart. Their cup's cold, but I don't care. These indicators showing me where to place it perfect, time is sweet, while amateurs still catch disease. This game ain't for the weak or slow. Gotta be ready when it's time to go. Morning ritual got me trained. Others sleep while I maintain. Charts and coffee one more time, yeah. This rhythm's yours and this rhythm's mine, this rhythm's mine. hours hit me with a different kind of peace. While the world's still quiet, I find my release. Just me and these numbers dancing slow, building patterns in my mind as I go. Something special about this morning air, way before the day is time to care. And I keep asking myself as the minutes tick by, and I keep wondering why every morning feels so right. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? You asked me once why I rise before the sun. Said I'm chasing something that can't be outrun. It's not about the money or the gain, it's about finding clarity when things ain't the same. Each morning ritual brings me closer to truth. Like watching steam rise, I'm finding proof that patience builds more than just a perfect cup. It's teaching me when to hold, when to give up. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? Sometimes I wish you could see this morning meditation with me, where everything makes sense before the world gets intense. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? What's brewing me?
While the world's still asleep. First light hits my screen, I'm in my element. Fresh brew by my side, mind is confident. Reading these patterns like sheet music, feel the flow. Each candlestick painting stories as they go. Morning meditation with my market view. Catching waves of data, riding them with you. Some see just numbers, I hear the melody. Each trend line speaking rhythmically to me. Time signatures changing, support levels hold. Breaking down resistance as the day unfolds.
Charts and coffee, that's my harmony. Finding rhythms where others just see. Random moves and noise, but baby, can't you see? These patterns move like jazz, just trust in me. Moving like jazz, just trust in me.
Second cup hitting different minds, eye clear. Watch these price points dance, appear and reappear like a jazz musician. Reading between the lines, finding sweet spots where opportunity shines. Keep it cool and steady, no need to rush. Let the market breathe, feel that morning hush. Been studying patterns since you've been sleeping. Watching lines form art while knowledge I'm reaping. Strategy tight like a bebop groove. Calculated steps on when to make my move. Speed picks up, more intense delivery. Quick shifts come in tempo, changing fast. Gotta stay composed, make these moments last. Reading signals, catching every beat. Market symphony playing just for me. Mind state elevated, focus clean. This ain't just trading, this is art you're seeing. Charts and coffee, yeah, that's my harmony. Finding rhythms where others just see. Random moves and noise, but baby, can't you see? These patterns move like jazz, just trust in me. Moving like jazz, just trust in me. Want a ritual complete. Left my mark on these streets of green and red, but the rhythm stays in my head. Morning comes, I think of you first. Chart lines dance while my coffee bursts. Been at this game since day one, teaching me patience like you always done. Charts and coffee, that's our way, that's how we start the day. Got my screens lit, what you gonna say? Watch how the patterns play. Numbers flow like the brew in my cup. Some days down, but we keep looking up. You showed me how to read these signs. Now every morning feels like yours and mine. Remember what you taught me about staying cool. When markets get wild, I follow your rules. Charts and coffee, that's our way. That's how we start the day. Got my screens lit, what you gonna say? Watch how the patterns play. Just you, me, and these morning routines. Building something real, building something real. What I mean.
Watch you rushing in the morning, trying to catch every move. But let me share something with you that'll help improve your groove. See, you're like fresh beans waiting to release what's locked inside. But patience makes the difference between success and a wild ride. Take it slow, watch it form, just like steam rising up warm. Let it brew, just like your morning cup, just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up, don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. You check your screens at sunrise, numbers dancing everywhere. But trading's like my coffee method, it needs time and tender care. Temperature's important, just like timing in the trade. Too hot and you'll get burned quick, too cold opportunities fade. Take it slow, watch it form, just like steam rising up warm. Let it brew, just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. I've seen too many burn out, trying to catch every wave, but the ones who last the longest know just when to stay away. So here's my morning lesson as I pour this cup for you. The market gives its gifts to those who know just what to do. Like coffee needs its moments for the flavors to extract. Your trades need proper timing before you plan to act. Let it brew, just like your morning cup. Just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up. Don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. Closing up before the rest of the block now. Just me and my laptop. Tick-tock, haven't even brushed my teeth yet, but these charts ain't gonna read themselves, I bet. Watch the steam rise, study every line. Same way I read these charts all the time. Coffee in my system, mind getting clear. That's how we make these moves round here. That's how we do. Red candles flash on my screen while I'm sipping something mean. Used to play it fast and lose, now wait for confirmation, that's the truth. Got a system, got a plan, I'm trading like a rookie, understand. Numbers dancing, I stay cool, cause panic selling's for a fool. Some days green, some days red, gotta keep a level head. Deep breath in, let it flow, this ain't no casino, yo. This is just not checkers, fam. Gotta think before you slam. Markets opening in 5. Feel my focus come alive. Charts tell stories if you know how to read between the highs and lows. Been at this since way back when. Now I'm teaching you, my friend. This ain't luck, this ain't chance, this is morning market dance. Watch the steam rise, study every line. Every single morning, we do this right. Coffee in my system, mind getting clear. It's the only way we move from here. creeps through my window pane. Before the world wakes, I'm in my domain. Steam rising slow like thoughts in my brain. Watching lines that move like waves of grain. Every morning's got its own sweet flow. Some days fast, but mostly moving slow. Learning how to read which way things go. Finding peace in what these mornings show. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear, that's what I see. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear, that's what I see. Fuck the noise, I'm focused on my path. Reading signals through the aftermath. Every line's a story that I grasp. Some shit falls, other things will last. Damn, I left these mornings by myself. Learning lessons money couldn't help. Every cup of wisdom brings me wealth. Beyond what's sitting on my shelf. Filter through the static. Find the flow that's magic. In the quiet hours, let it all unfold. Watch the truth get told. Patterns start to speak. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. In the quiet, when my mind is clear, that's what I see. That's what I see. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. In the quiet, when my mind is clear, that's what I see. La la la, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear. La la la, in the quiet hours. First rays break through my window pane. Coffee drips slow like a gentle rain. Numbers dance across my screen. I remain in this space where focus meets the mundane. Every morning, same position, same station. Building blocks of daily meditation. Clear mind as I track each indication. Patient breathing, deep contemplation. In the rhythm of my morning flow, let it guide me. Every pattern helps me grow. As above, so down below. In a rhythm, watch it move. Finding truth in every groove. Lines intersect, I'll watch them play. Reading signs that point the way. Years of practice taught me how to stay cool and steady through each display. My fingers trace ascending paths while steam rises, making me laugh. This quiet hour holds its craft as wisdom flows through every draft. Each morning brings another chance to perfect this sacred dance. Some see chaos, I see design. Some feel rushed, I take my time. In these moments I refine every signal, every sign. Beyond the surface lies the art of knowing when to stop and start. Each cup of wisdom sets apart a discipline that fills my heart. Early hours hold the key to everything I need to see. In this space, I'm truly free to let the knowledge flow through me. In the rhythm of my morning flow, let it guide me. Every pattern helps me grow. As above, so down below. In the rhythm, watch it move, finding truth in every groove. First cup steaming beside my screen. Charts and candles know what I mean. Trying to show you how I move. When markets open, got nothing to prove. Markets calling my name. Trading ain't just a game. Watch and learn, babe, watch and learn. Charts and coffee, that's my vibe. Teaching you how to survive. Morning routine, let me show you mine. Building wealth one trade at a time. Woke up early, check the trends. Send your signals, watch you win. Ain't no sleeping when Asia trades. Got my system, got it made. Keep it cool, stay in the zone. Analysis on my phone. Trading life, it's all I know. Watch these profits start.
Listen up, I'ma break it down for you straight. Look, charts telling stories while others hesitate. RSI crossing NACDs looking clean. Building strategies like you ain't never seen. Resistance levels got me feeling so alive. Support zones when my orders through is sleep. Now I'm teaching you to swim in the deep. Trading wisdom, dropping knowledge every day. Show you how to read the markets display. No FOMO moves, we stay calculated. Success comes to those who waited.
Take notes while I demonstrate. Perfect entries, never too late. Watch how I navigate. Charts and coffee, that's my vibe. Teaching you how to survive. Morning routine, let me show you mine. Building wealth one trade at a time. Let me show you mine. First light breaking through my window, cup in hand, just me and morning slow dance. Watching steam curl up towards the ceiling, each breath measured, each moment revealing. Early peace before the world starts spinning, just us here, no need for pretending. Screen comes alive with gentle blue light, your patterns speak to me, morning feels right. Time suspended in the sacred space, just learning your rhythms, finding my place. Steam rising from my cup, while these charts are lighting up, finding clarity in numbers, while the morning's waking up. Watching patterns flow, 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 flow with the morning. Ooh, letting wisdom grow, 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 grow with the learning. Each candlestick painting stories clear, teaching lessons if you know how to hear. Red and green dancing on my screen, speaking truths about what might have been. Patient moments turn to understanding, while my coffee cools, wisdom expanding. You show me past the peaks and valleys to reach in. Surely teaching discipline through each rally. In these quiet hours we share our dance, numbers flowing, giving life its chance. Steam rising from my cup, while these charts are lighting up, finding clarity in numbers, while the morning's waking up. Let it flow, let it breathe, morning wisdom sitting free. Let it rise, let it be, finding peace in what I see. Early morning stillness, just you and me. Coffee pot brewing, charts on my screen. Every ripple in my cup shows me something new. Just like market trends, they're giving me a clue. Watch it rise and fall, both seem in lines. Morning meditation sharpening my mind. I can read these patterns like they're speaking clear, teaching me the rhythm of the day that's near. Every line tells a story, every trend holds a truth, Sip and study slowly, that's what I gotta do, that's what I gotta do. Numbers dance before me in the morning light, while my coffee cools, I'm reading signs just right. Some days flow easy, some test my grace, but I keep my focus, set my own pace. Measure movements, calculated plays, learning from each pattern as the market sways. In this quiet moment, everything aligns. Peace in my cup, clarity in my signs. Ba-da-ba-dum, watch it flow. Da-dum, let me know. Sha-la-la, see it grow. Oh, 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 now you know. Every line tells a story, tells a story. Every trend holds a truth, holds a truth. Sip and study slowly, study slowly. That's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Morning wisdom brewing, charts and coffee flowing. Patterns keep on moving. That's the way we're going. That's the way, that's the way we're going.
Early bird energy, just me and these lines. Numbers keep flowing, yeah, time after time. Steam from my cup like the thoughts in my mind. Quiet spaces where patterns align. Got that morning mindset locked and loaded. Screens lit up before the sun's posted. Brain waves wavy, but I stay focused. This is how the day gets coded. Sipping slow, watching close, mind in the zone, that's how it goes. Every move calculated and bold. Building my vibe as the day unfolds. Breakfast with data, yeah, that's how I feast. Analytics hit different when streets still asleep. Got my system down pat, no need to compete. Just me and these numbers in perfect repeat. Morning ritual, got me centered and clean. Filter my thoughts like it's fresh caffeine. Stack my odds before others' routine. This quiet grind about to make me beam. Sipping slow, watching close, mind in the zone, that's how it goes. That's just how, that's just how. Every move calculated and bold. Building my vibe as the day unfolds. First light hitting different now. Found my rhythm, found my style. Morning moves, that's my profile.
I saw you trade, raw talent, unafraid, but clicking without a plan. Need to help you understand. Watch and wait, calculate, time to elevate. Learn, trade, win, break it down and start again. Trade, win, make your move and then taking fire. Every chart tells a sign, reading patterns, matching time. Watch you grow with every trade as the lessons sink and fade. Getting stronger day by day, making moves the right way. Learn, trade, win, break it down inside again. Trade, win, make your move and then in the quiet spaces between each decision that you make, feel the pulse beneath the screen. Every choice, every stake. Now I see you've changed, mind and skills arranged, trading with the flow, everything you know, ready for the show. Watch your journey begin. Rising higher, higher, higher. Digital warrior, high, in sync with the rhythm inside. Every line sand dissolves into pure light, rising higher than before, breaking through what holds me down. Feel the pulse beneath my feet, let it lift me from the ground. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Clear as water, sharp as steel. Every signal I can feel, dancing through electric waves, finding truth in empty space. Rising higher than before, breaking through what holds me down. Feel the pulse beneath my feet, let it lift me from the ground. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow. Moving with the flow, I know where to Something shifts inside my mind. Numbers start to align. Can't explain this feeling now. Everything slows down. Moving with the rhythm pure. Finding patterns getting short. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves, time dissolves. Clear as morning, sharp as light. Every move feels right. Instinct guides me through the flow. Let the moment go. Every signal crystal clear. What I sought is finally here. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves, time dissolves. Let it flow through me. Let it show me the way. Let it grow in me. Let me stay in this space. Found the balance, found the way. Everything in play. Mind and body synchronized. Nothing left to hide. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. I send you this message straight from my mind. When everything clicks, leaving chaos behind. Feel the pulse in my veins as I start to flow. Time starts bending, letting everything go. Racing thoughts slow down. In the zone, time dissolves. Everything becomes clear. Each pattern I see brings me closer to you. Every signal I read tells me just what to do. Breath gets steady, heart beats in time as I rise through the layers of this spine. Watch the world fade out. In the zone, Your mind stays focused, brave. I see your patience grow with every ebb and flow. Let me guide you higher still, past the limits of your will. Beyond the screen, you'll break free into reality. You'll see. Charts and numbers dance in time. Your spirit starts to climb. Every trade refines your art. Each signal sets you apart. Rising, rising, ever rising, breaking boundaries day by day. Trading, learning, always turning, finding wisdom in your way. On the screen, you'll break free into reality. You'll see. Time dissolves and patterns clear as victories draw near. In this realm of endless trade, watch your mastery cascade. Let the rhythm take control. Feel the markets in your soul. Beyond the screen, you'll break free into reality. You'll see. Beyond the screen, you're breaking through into reality made new.
Your journey just begins. Let it trade until you win.
I see you there, working late, taking care to find your way. Each small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high. Nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We learn together, trade. The trade is won, victory has come.
Listen up, this ain't about me, it's about you. Every morning grinding one do. Charts and patterns speaking truth. Market wisdom flowing smooth. Connected minds all breaking through. Community that's tried and true. Building wealth, we're coming through. Learn the game and follow through. That's what winners always do.
Each small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high. Nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. When you feel lost, I'll show the way. When markets cross, just hear me say, together we're love. Not only so, together we rise up high. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true.
We rise together.
Patterns in motion, perfectly clear, like stars aligning when you persevere. Late night fights, just me and my screens, watching numbers dance, know what it means. Minds wide open, feeling so alive. Patterns speaking to me, time and time to thrive. Breaking through the noise, finding perfect poise. Learn the flow, trade the moment, winning's all I know. Rising high, never so low. Watch me as I grow. 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 Charts and lines become a symphony. Each move precise, pure harmony. Fans asking why you're still awake, but they don't see the moves I'm about to make. Some call it luck, but I put in the work. Studied every signal, every rise and fall. Now I'm in my element, pure focus, pure intent, pure intent. Breaking through the noise, finding perfect poise. Finding perfect poise. Learn the flow, trade the moment, winning's all I know. Rising high, never so low. Watch me as I grow. Watch me as I grow. Watch me as I grow. Okay, this is how we fly. Patterns of motion, touching the sky. Rise, rise, rise.
learn, trade, win, till the morning begins. Data streams through machines. I analyze, I synchronize. Watch them rise, watch them fall. Read the wall, make the call. Pattern spin, deep within. Let's begin. Learn to win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Till the morning begins. I see the patterns in the waves moving through the digital space. Every pulse, every beat, teaching me what's underneath. Processing pure information, building my determination. Mind aligned, lines defined, time refined, victory signed. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Till the morning begins. We begin again.
Trading through the night, still speaks to me. Charts light up my screen. Time moves differently in the sacred space where patterns race. Through my mind so clear as others disappear. When the world sleeps, my mind awakens. Every trade flows like meditation. Then I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. Win, it's written in the signs. Learn, trade, win. We rise and rise. Vibing with the market flow. Heart on strong when others go. Finding alpha in the night. We take flight. DMs blow up my phone, but I trade alone. In this quiet room where wisdom blooms. Every candle shows the way this market flows. Signals getting strong, algorithms dancing. Diamond hands engage, no more romancing. watching and waiting, day after day, moving in motion, finding my way, patterns at play, showing the signs, patience is paid, one step at a time. Can you feel it coming? See the signs aligning, every moment moving toward what we've been finding. Learn, trade, win, win, win tonight. Learn, trade, win, win, win this time. Minutes and moments, flowing like waves. Data is dancing, showing the way. Focus and feeling, follow through. Time keeps revealing what's tried and true. Moving, deeper, deeper, higher, higher, closer, closer. Learn, trade, win, win, win tonight. Time is teaching, time is reaching, time is leading us home. I see you there, working late, taking care to find your way. Each small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high, nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We learn together, trade, the trade is won, victory has come.
Listen up, this ain't about me, it's about you.
Every morning grinding one do, charts and patterns speaking truth, market wisdom flowing smooth, connected minds all breaking through, community that's tried and true, building wealth we're coming through, learn the game and follow through, that's what winners always do.
Small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high, nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. When you feel lost, I'll show the way. When markets cross, just hear me say, together we love. Together we rise up high. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We rise together. Trading through the night, still speaks to me. Charts light up my screen. Time moves differently in the sacred space where patterns race. Through my mind so clear as others disappear. When the world sleeps, my mind awakens. Every trade flows like meditation. I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. When it's written in the signs, learn, trade, win. We rise and rise. Vibing with the market flow. Heart all strong when others go. Finding alpha in the night. We take flight. DMs blow up my phone, but I trade alone. In this quiet room where wisdom looms. Every candle shows the way this market flows. Signals getting strong, algorithms dancing. Diamond hands engage, no more romancing. I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. When it's written in the signs. early rise, eyes on the lines, mind in sync, a grind don't stop. Numbers flow up and down, but I stay locked in my spot. Studying patterns day by day, learning from every fall. Connected minds in the digital space, together we stand tall. We rise as one, knowledge shared with everyone. Standing strong, can't go wrong when we move as one. La la la, we rise. La la la, we climb. We climb. Red or green, I stay serene. Reading signs, making moves. Every L just makes me lean into what I got to prove. Discord fam got my back when times get rough and raw. Sharing wisdom, staying on track. That's what we're fighting for. Learn, trade, win, together we rise. Bulls up, bears down, stay wise, together we thrive. We rise as one, knowledge shared with everyone. Standing strong, can't go wrong when we move as one. We rise, we climb.
I see you shaking but the break. Let me show you how a real one gets paid. You stop lost, looking juicy, I'ma take that shit. Watch your position crumble while I make that split. Emotional little bitch, I see you hesitate. While you're frozen up in fear, I calculate. Been studying your patterns, know just when you fold. Your weakest strategy's about to get controlled. I ain't playing games, this ain't no fucking sport. I'm that bitch who takes your money, leaves you short. Every time you FOMO in, I'm selling high. By the time you figure it out, your accounts run dry. Cold-blooded executioner, that's what I do. Systematic elimination coming for you. Watch me scalp your profits with surgical precision while you're crying on Reddit about your bad decisions. Can't handle the pressure, better log right out, cause I feast on bitches with emotional doubt.
Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need. Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need.
Fuck your technical analysis, I read your mind. Know exactly when you break, it's just a matter of time. Your hands are made of paper, mine of titanium. I'll liquidate your ass straight to oblivion. Charts looking bearish, watch me flip that shit. While you're panic selling, I'm accumulating it. This ain't personal, baby, just business sense. But watching you lose, everything brings pure suspense.
You thought you had an edge, bitch, I am the blade. Cutting through your portfolio like a fucking raid. Everything you build up, I'ma tear it down.
King me, checkmate, now bow to the crown. See the difference between you and me. I don't let emotions climb my strategy. I'm calculated, cold, precise, and mean. While you're just another sucker on my screen.
Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need. Your fear is my feed.
maniac over there.
Market Mavericks, mind the movement. We mastering this money mission, watch and learn. First time I stepped in, feeling fresh and free. Thinking trading's easy, that ain't meant to be. Paid my tuition through the losses, yes indeed. Till I found my family in the LTW. What you know about patience when the pressure's high? What you know about staying cool when profits fly? Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, pure precision. Precision plotting, properly positioned. Pattern recognition, got my mind conditioned. Moving militant with market mathematics. While amateurs panic, we stay systematic. Breaking barriers with calculated actions. Fast-paced phrases, Messi's price reactions. Stacking profits like I'm stacking syllables. Critical thinking keeps us invincible. Discord army, we stay sharp and ready. Base camp building, keeping movement steady. Market manipulation can't defeat us. Teacher taught us how to read and beat this. You know about patience when the pressure's high? What you know about staying cool when profits fly? Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, pure precision. Slow it down, let me break it to your plane. Every loss we take becomes a lesson gained. Patient players prosper through the market pain, while others fold we maintain, remain, retain. Technical precision, timing's everything. Moving with conviction when the bells ring. Market master making major moves. Building better patterns, breaking through. Fast flow matches how the price be running. Always analyzing, never front running. Discord warriors drop the wisdom daily. Learning lessons, living life less lazy. Strategy stacked and systems set. Profit protected, no room for regret. This is warfare waged with wisdom wide. Trading trenches, take the win inside. Watch me work a wicked word selection, while my wallet shows the win collection. Learn to trade and trade to win. That's the path we've always been. Market Mavericks, mind the movement. We mastering this money mission. Learn, trade, win, that's our vision. Watch me calculate, calibrate. Precision's what I demonstrate. Cold blood pumping, mind state, elevate. Y'all ain't ready for what I create. Calculated killer, ayy, market thriller. Play it smart, get it harder. Solid starter, calculated killer. Facts, never bitter. Make it hard, hit the target. Perfect Parker, yeah. Precise moves, never lose, that's the protocol. Clock ticking while I'm picking out the perfect call. Ain't no rushing when I'm crushing competition to the wall. Stack attacks, facts match, watch me break the fall. Quick switch, flip, script, tips, rip strips off the chart. Smart part, hard art, tear the game apart. Been my timing since the day that I would start. Now they all follow when I apply my perfect mark. Strike, right, time, right, mind, take, shine, right now, fight, height, light. Pattern recognition got me locked and loaded up. Numbers dance before my eyes, while profits show me love. Analytics in my veins, I'm strategic when I cut. Push and pull the perfect tool, I know just when to strut. Methodical, analytical, statistical drive. Critical, pivotal, individual vibe. Watch and wait until it's time to come alive. Then I strike with perfect time and watch me thrive. Slow it down, let me break
make it till you clean. Everything I got, I earned through discipline. Patience is the power that'll make you mean. Weigh and watch, then strike, that's how we win. How we win, how we win, how we win. Back up in it with the quickness, witness this precision. Split second decisions, crystal clear vision. No permission needed for this demolition. Competition wishing they can match my composition. Tactical, practical, mathematical mind. Strategical, radical, handling time. Watch me stack it, pack it, crack it, then I shine. Perfect pattern, matter of fact, I'm too refined. Calculated killer, market thriller. Brand smart, get it hard. Solid starter, calculated killer. Never been a, make it on. Hit the target, perfect parker. Game over, game over. Hey, calculated, game over.
Wait, right, tick. Another candle burns. You ready? Let's go. Jumped in the trade like it's do or die. Price flew up, now it's kissing the sky. Fake out drop, yeah, the stop was mine. And you be moving like it's lost his mind. I got zones, I got plans, I got patience in my hands. But it don't care, it's one sight. Green 1 minute, then full red flag. I scream at the screen, but it don't scream back. This mark is a beast and it's on the attack. One false move and you're tossed in the fire. But I'm built for this, pain fills my desire. No mercy, just movement, cold and precise. You blink, you're gone, pay the trader's price. Chasing the edge, I'm riding the storm. In this chaos, my will is reborn. I've been wrecked, I've been played, but every loss is a blade. Sharper now, I don't flinch no more. This ain't luck, it's a mental war. I won't break up, bend and I strike. Trading scars in the dead of night. Breathing the fear, exhale the doubt. And cues loud, but louder I shout. You're ruthless, wild like a flame. Taking my soul, but I'm playing your game. I rise, I fall, I bleed, I crawl, but I still come back and I give it my all. You can't break me, not today. This shot cuts deep, but it won't fade away. Tick, tick, tick. See you tomorrow, beast. In my voice.
Woke up at 6, charts lit like a flare. Coffee in hand, I take my trader's chair. NQ on the screen, moving like it's on fire. Up 30 points, now we're spitting out wires. Wicks like whips, slapping dreams on the low. Thought it was a breakout site, fake show. Liquidity hunting, stops getting bled. It pumps like a king, then dumps you instead. And you be wildin', wildin', heart rate rising, one tick in, now I'm analyzing. Breakouts break me, fake out, shake me. This ain't a market, it's a straight up daydream. We wild, who be wildin', fast like lightning, slaying my stops, man, this chart's exciting. You think you got it? Nah, it's a trap. Welcome to the jungle, better check that map. Indicator climb, bro, I'm out of clues. EMA's drunk and the RSI snooze. Price moves clean, that's a straight up myth. It jukes left and right, now you're off the cliff. The algos dance, tick for tick precision. Retail guessing while they making decisions. My setup's fire, but the market don't care. It flipped the whole zone like truth or dare. And you be wildin', heart rate rising, one tick in, now I'm analyzing. Breakouts break me, fake out, shake me. This ain't a market, it's a straight up daydream. And you be wildin', fast like lightning, slaying my stops, man, this chart's exciting. You think you got it? Nah, it's a trap. Welcome to the jungle, better check that map. I'm scalping ghosts, I'm trading smoke. NQ's laughing, man, this ain't no joke. But I'll be back with a plan so tight, cause even NQ gotta sleep at night. So if you ride with NQ, better bring your A game. Respect the beast or it'll burn your name. Volatile dreams in a pixel storm. This market's chaos, but it's all legend.
It moves in shadows, creeps in the night. Gold got a mind that don't act right. Fake calm, but it holds that rage. Sleep on it once, now you trapped in the trade. Flight to safety or panic play. One headline hit, it's a runaway. I'm up my levels with blood and care, but it still breaks hearts like I just don't care.
Gold got mood swings, jumping out the gate. 1 minute smooth, next ceiling fade. Quiet like a whisper, then boom with bang. Breaking all structure, killing your plan. It ain't just metal, it's a living flame. Dancing on dreams, never moves the same. Gold got mood swings, best stay wise. You blink once, there go your prize.
Lose, drop, spike, FOMC night fight. Inflation fears, or rate hike tears. They'll jump 10 points just to shift the gears. You trading metal, you trading pride. It pulls you deep, then flips the tide. You thought it was done, now this is the start. Gold don't care about your fibs or your chart.
I seen it pause for hours, then explode in seconds. Whips our dreams, golden lessons. It don't follow rules, it breaks them, then rewrites them, then rewrites them. Gold got mood swings, don't get caught. Moves like a queen, cold but hot. You chase, you lose, that's how it plays. You wait, you strike, that's how you stay. A mirror to fear, a lover to pain. Gold ain't a trade, it's a hurricane.
It's not just a chart, it's alchemy. Turn your peace into panic. That's gold.
in my favor. Gold in my favor. Gold. Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience paid off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor.
They rushing loud, I move in silence. Gold made me rich off pure compliance. Rules I wrote, now I live them slow. Seeing that setup, yeah, I let it grow. No fear trades, I'm built from loss. Every scar taught me how to boss. Gold's my canvas, I paint in ticks. Turn pullbacks into candle wicks.
Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience pay off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor.
Woke up, check the zone, still valid. Entry hit smooth, now the chart look lavish. People chase hype, I chase the truth. Go show love when your mind got proof. I don't flinch when it starts to dance. I'm the reason price got that glance. Strategy, cold, discipline, rare. Why they guess I breathe market air.
Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience paid off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor. Stack these wins with grace and fire. I don't fold, I climb higher. Gold in my lane, flowing like fate. Marked my zone, now I dominate.
I see you watching how I move, trying to figure out the rules. But what you see ain't what it seems. I got the keys to everything. Charts don't lie, emotions die. When you follow what you know. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Let the numbers guide you slow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Steady hands will make it grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. That's the game I'm gonna show. Started out like you, chasing fast money moves. Lost it all one time, had to pay my dues. Now I study patterns like a sacred art. Keep my feelings locked away, that's being smart. Every morning grinding, watching lounge events. Nothing left to chance, this ain't no romance. Build it brick by brick, no shortcuts here. Patience is the path that got me in the clear. They all wanna know how I stay so cool when the pressure's high and the stakes are cruel. But I learned the hard way, yeah, I paid my price. Now I'm sharing wisdom, hope you take advice. Charts don't lie, emotions die. When you follow what you know. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Let the numbers guide you slow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Steady hands will make it grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. That's the game I'm gonna show. See the signals clear when my mind is right. Keep my moves strategic through the day and night. Build my empire slow, yeah, that's my style. Watch and learn the game, it took me quite a while. No more rush decisions, no more foolish plays. Calculated steps through all these market waves. When
when they panic sell, I keep my head straight. That's the difference between good and being great. Sometimes I sit back and think about the lessons. Every loss became a blessing. Now I'm teaching what I know. Cause charts don't lie, that's how we grow. That's how we grow. That's how we grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. When you follow what you know, follow what you
Screens light up the room, another late shift soon. Charts moving slow, but I already know. Started out confused, watching numbers move. Didn't understand, money slipped through my hand. Lost more than I planned, but something in me changed. Studied every trade, found patterns in the game. Learn the moves, make the trade. Stack it up, calculations made. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. While they sleep, learn the moves, make the trade. Patient mind, watch it play. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. 2 years in the grind, reading every sign. Market on my mind, left the fear behind. Now I see it clear, when to hold, when to steer. Numbers tell the tale, never gonna fail. Watching candlesticks climb, red to green in time. Building up my worth, put the hours in first. Learn the moves, make the trade. Stack it up, calculations made. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. Learn the moves, make the trade. Patient mind, watch it play. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. Late night, bright screen, studying the scene. Every pattern that I'm seeing got a meaning. No more random moves, no emotional choosing. Calculated stacks, that's how I keep improving. Watching volume spike, timing's gotta be right. Reading RSI, boundaries in sight. Some call it luck, but they don't know the word. I was analyzing charts till my eyes hurt. Built my strategy, now I'm moving clean. No more FOMO trades, no more chasing schemes. Discipline is key, that's the only way. Night shift, grind until I see the break of day. Moment of truth, charts about to move. Hands steady now, this is what I do. I study hard, make the trade, I pay my dues. Every night, now watch me while the whole world fades away.
Learn, trade, win. That's the motto we live in. Every loss made me stronger, now I'm never giving in. Started at the bottom, looking at them charts all day. Red numbers hit different when your rent late. Studied every pattern till my eyes went blank. Now I move different, got a different rank. Used to chase the quick flip, ended up in pain. Had to learn patience, had to train my brain. Watching all these suckers make the same mistakes, while I'm in the back plotting my escape. Years of preparation, analyzing trends. Cold nights grinding while they playing pretend. Now my phone stayed buzzing, numbers looking right. Made it through the storm, now I see the light. Living by the system that I built myself. Knowledge is the currency more than money and wealth. Watch me stack my wins like it's mathematics. While they moving sloppy, I stay calculated. Learn,
trade, win.
That's the way.
Every day we begin.
Stack it up,
Learn, trade, win.
never stop.
Till we all eating good again. Mirando los números, estudiando juego. While these fools sleeping, yo no tengo sueño. Aprendí las reglas, now I break the code. Desde abajo hasta arriba, that's how the story goes. Lost 100 times, but I'm still here standing. Cada pérdida taught me new understanding. Now I move smooth like agua en el rio. Got the perfect timing, that's my estilo. All my people eating, we don't stress no more. Built an empire from the knowledge that I stored. Every win I get, I spread gain to my team. Now we all up, living out a scheme. Money flowing steady like a natural stream. Got these fools watching like it's on the screen, but they don't see the work behind the scenes. Years of losses turned into victories. Had to reshape my mind, leave the fear behind. Now I'm in my prime, watch me shine. Learn, trade, win.
That's right,
Every day we begin.
always,
Learn, trade, win.
forever.
Till we all eating good again. I watched the patterns play out. They all said I wouldn't make it, but the numbers speaking loud, while they still out here faking. Yeah, numbers don't lie, that's why I rely on what I can prove, now what they try. Pattern to pattern, I multiply. Learn from the losses, then watch fly. Let it fly, let it fly. Numbers don't lie, yeah, they tell me why. Some people lose while others rise high. Follow the facts and let them guide. Been patient, now watch me thrive. Started with nothing but time on my screen. Studying movements, know what they mean. Painting my brain from the mistakes I made, but every L taught me how to get paid, yeah. Moving methodical, mind over feels. Data don't change, but the emotion steals. Build my foundation brick by brick, now watch me calculate every flip. Patience paying off, they can't understand how I stay cool when the pressure land. Focus forward, never looking back. Keep it clean while they moving slack. Yeah, facts, facts. Took my time to learn the rules while they rushed and playing fools. Now they ask me how I knew, but I just let the numbers move. People want quick wins, instant gains. I build my system through the pain. Analyze the flow, recognize signs while they chase. How I read between lines, monitor movements, master the math. Calculate decision based on proof. Calculate choices down to the last. Every decision based ain't trends. Why they gambling on the roof? This ain't luck, looking pure performance dance. Watch a lesson that I earned. Big facts. Numbers don't lie, that's why I rely on what I can prove, not what they try. Pattern to pattern, I multiply. Learn from the losses, then watch fly. Let it fly, let it. Numbers don't lie, yeah, they tell me why. Some people lose while others rise high. Follow the facts and let them guide. Been patient, now watch me thrive. Keep watching patterns play out while I stack it higher. Numbers speak loud, never get tired. Yeah, we are.
y'all move pieces random, I calculate precise. While you chase quick profits, I'm strategizing twice, 10 steps ahead. Your basic moves I can predict. This ain't no simple game, my method's scientific. Rapid calculations, market oscillations. You stuck on one move plans, I'm seeing combinations. Bank account elevation through smart navigation. While y'all keep hesitating, I'm accumulating. Checkmate, don't hate, this ain't debate. You move too late, I already sealed your fate. My mind's a supercomputer processing gains, while y'all still confused by simple price change. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, no competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, get it. Pawns advanced strategic, every move methodic. While y'all play checkers, I'm out here encyclopedic. Quick with the statistics, flowing algorithmic. Brain automatic, profit systematic. Fuck what you heard about fast cash and luck. I studied patterns till my vision got stuck. Now every chart I see reveals the truth. Market manipulation can't shake my groove. Queen takes bishop but controls the field. Knowledge is power, that's my strongest shield. Call me grandmaster of this trading floor, while y'all still learning what the game is for. Patience in motion, strategic devotion. Watch and learn, feel the burn. Learn, trade, win. Accelerate the pace, leave no trace. Your simple strategies I'll straight replace with complex calculations, market domination, pure dedication, no hesitation. Been in the lab while y'all been sleeping, studied the craft while y'all been creeping. Now watch me demonstrate perpetual check while your account balance hits the deck. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, that's the system. Checkmate, game over. Level up, game over. Learn, trade. Started from the bottom with a phone in my hand. Everybody laughed when I said I had a plan. Small account vibes, but my mindset was grand. Now them same folks wanna know where I stand. Been up since 5, studying every line. While they waste time, I'm reading every sign. First few trades hit me like a brick wall, but I ain't give up, now I learn from every fall. You're wasting time, that's what my daddy said. Get a real job, man, I mess with my head. But I kept pushing, kept my focus tight. Now my account growing, future looking bright. Hey, learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. My time. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn. Learn, baby. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Red candles had me doubting everything. Green days came slow like a broken wing, but I studied hard, yeah, I paid my dues. Now I'm teaching others how to read the clues. Remember crying when I blew my first stack, but that loss taught me how to bounce back. Now I'm in my zone, reading every trend, making moves that got my whole crew fed. You thought I was crazy, glued to these screens. Now look who's winning, living out these dreams. This ain't luck, baby, this is pure skill. Years of grinding up this market here. They said I couldn't make it, but I did. Said I should quit trading. Never did. Now look who's calculating all day, while they stay hating. Hey. Learn, every day. Learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. Watch and learn. I stay quiet while they loud. Keep it cool in the crowd. Watching charts day and night. Taking notes, got my lane. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Lost it all back in May. Learned my rules, found my way. No emotions when I trade. Calculate every play. Check the trends, read the signs, take my time. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Style money. Style money. Started from zero, now I'm up. Studied the game, built it up. Losses taught me what I know. Now I move smart, watch it grow in my zone. Trust on speed, everything moving clean. No distractions, clear mind. Perfect timing, by design. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent money. Yeah. Watch and learn. Silent moves. That's how we do it.
Yeah. You fuck that weak shit. I stay focused while they all quit. Let's go. All day I grind, screen in my face. Numbers align, set my own pace. Fuck what they say, I got my way. Most walk away, but I'm gon' stay. Quick with the clicks, mindful of tricks. Ain't no look shit, pure analytics. Watch how I move, cold and precise. Ready to prove, bid it their price. Wait and strike, do it right. Learn the game, stack the game. Patient hunt, front to front. This my time, watch me climb. Fuck all the noise, clear out my head. Make the right choice, stack up this bread. Quick on the draw, but timing is key. Study the law of supply and D. Charts tell the truth, data don't lie. Here's the proof, watch profits fly. Discipline tight, mind in the zone, do this shit right. I'm on throne.
Down, take a breath, every L just shows the test. Build it up, break it down, analyze without the stress. Then
Back in attack, flow like a pro. Stay on the track, watch numbers grow. Cut through the shit, trust what I know. Win bit by bit, put on a show. Every move planned, nothing by chance. Take my stance, seize my advance. Quick with the wits, sharp as a blade, making hits. Getting paid, getting paid. Bring, 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 bring. Charts on my screen, mind in the zone, studying patterns while I'm all alone. Fuck all the bullshit, this ain't no game. When I hit that trade, watch the profit rain. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Quick with the clicks, analysis tight. Market's moving, but I time it right. See that signal, I don't hesitate. Years of losses taught me how to navigate. Finger on the trigger, heart beating fast. Each trade I take, built from lessons past. Fucking with precision, watch how I flow. Red to green, baby, that's how we go. Charts telling stories, I read them clear. While amateurs panic, I persevere. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Community strong, we share what we know. Each trade we take helps the other one grow. Fuck the FOMO, we stay calculated. Patient assassins, highly rated. Break down resistance, support won't bend. Technical masteries where we transcend. Keep it controlled, no emotional trades. That's how the real fucking money gets made. Discord buzzing, knowledge flowing free. Real-time updates from LTW family. Chart patterns forming, we spot them quick. Experience taught us which ones to pick.
Slow it down, let me tell you something clear. Every loss I took brought me right here. Built my strategy through blood and tears. Now I execute without any fears.
Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Time to accelerate, watch how I close. Each trade I take, building verbose. Rapid execution, precision sharp. Like a fucking sniper in the dark. No hesitation when I see the sign. Years of practice got my skills refined. Community, backing every move I make. That's why this shit isn't cards till they knew my name.
This ain't luck, this is pure damn skill. Watch how we fucking climb up this hill. Learn, trade, motherfucking win. That's the mindset that we're always in. Discord army, we don't ever quit. Making history with every hit.
As fuck, I'm up before the sun. Coffee in my cup, charts loading one by one. Ain't no time to waste, got my system down.
Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Rumble. How is everybody today?
Know just what I mean. Sipping slow and steady while I check the trends. Mad focus now, this is how my day begins. Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Fuck the FOMO trading, that ain't how I roll. Take my time analyzing, that's how I get gold. Coffee getting cold, but I'm locked right in. Watching patterns form, know just where to begin.
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, man of the woods.
Same shit, different day, but I'm doing fine. Got my setup perfect, got my mind just right. About to make these moves, gonna do this shit all night. Yeah. Sipping and trading, trading and sipping. Got my momentum, ain't no way I'm slipping. Yeah. Numbers and patterns, patterns and flows. This is my rhythm, Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Making money moves, daily should feel fun.
Hovering right at weekly open again, guys.
I can get cold, but I'm still in the zone. Making money move, yeah, this shit feels like home. Fuck sleep, I got my morning mapped, while these other bitches still trapped in the naps. Quiet house, screens lit up bright, my setup perfect, everything's right. First sip hits, mind gets clear, another day to fucking dominate here. Watch the numbers dance and slide, while my coffee keeps me certified. Charts and coffee started right, yeah. Focus tight, mind in flight, Charts and coffee make it flow, yeah. That's the rhythm that I know. Second cup, now I'm in the zone. All these patterns speaking in code. They don't know about this morning grind, being sharp when others fall behind. Fuck that FOMO, I stay composed. Years of practice, that's how it goes. Every move calculated clean. This ain't luck, you know what I mean. Early bird gets the fucking win. That's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark. That's what sets the real one me. Early bird gets the fucking win. That's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark. That's what sets the real ones apart. Their cup's cold, but I don't care. These indicators showing me where to place it perfect, time is sweet, while amateurs still catch disease. This game ain't for the weak or slow. Gotta be ready when it's time to go. Morning ritual got me trained. Others sleep while I maintain. Charts and coffee one more time, yeah. This rhythm's yours and this rhythm's mine, this rhythm's mine. Early hours hit me with a different kind of peace. While the world's still quiet, I find my release. Just me and these numbers dancing slow, building patterns in my mind as I go. Something special about this morning, and way before the day is time to care. And I keep asking myself as the minutes tick by, keep wondering why every morning feels so right. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing leaving yesterday behind? You asked me once why I rise before the sun. Said I'm chasing something that can't be outrun. It's not about the money or the game. It's about finding clarity when things ain't the same. Each morning ritual brings me closer to truth. Like watching steam rise, I'm finding proof that patience builds more than just a perfect cup. It's teaching me when to hold, when they give up. And I keep asking myself as the minutes tick by, every morning feels so right. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing, leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing with these thoughts alive? Sometimes I wish you could see this morning meditation with me, where everything makes sense before the world gets intense. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing, leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? What's brewing in me?
Good morning, soul. How are you today?
First light hits my screen, I'm in my element. Fresh brew by my side, mind is confident. Reading these patterns like sheet music, feel the flow. Each candlestick painting stories as they go. Morning meditation with my market view. Catching waves of data, riding them with you. Some see just numbers, I hear the melody. Each trend line speaking rhythmically to me. Time signatures changing, support levels hold. Breaking down resistance as the day unfolds. Charts and coffee, that's my harmony. Finding rhythms where others just see. Random moves and noise, but baby, can't you see? These patterns move like jazz, just trust in me. Moving like jazz, just trust in me. Second cup hitting different minds, eye clear. Watch these price points dance, appear and reappear like a jazz musician. Reading between the lines, finding sweet spots where opportunity shines. Keep it cool and steady, no need to rush. Let the market breathe, feel that morning hush. Been studying patterns since you've been sleeping. Watching lines form art while knowledge I'm reaping. Strategy tight like a bebop groove. Calculated steps on when to make my move. Speed picks up, more intense delivery. Quick shifts coming, tempo changing fast. Gotta stay composed, make these moments last. Reading signals, catching every beat. Market symphony playing just for me. Mind stay elevated, focused, clean. This ain't just trading, this is art you're seeing.
We're just sitting here bouncing off weekly open, guys. Kinda boring price action, sadly. I expected more of a push from the news earlier too. I don't know about you guys, but not much happened.
Hello?
Good morning, Landon. How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm doing good. I had to come back a day early from DC. Didn't didn't expect this thing, so I figured I'd hop in here with everybody.
That works. How'd it go in DC? You have a good time? Or?
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I mean, Trump, it's funny, while I was up there, I saw, I have no idea what it was like beforehand, so I don't really know if he did anything, but I saw something online that was like, Trump, quote unquote, cleaned up DC, all that. I'll tell you what, if he really did, it looks a lot better. The people were really nice, and there was not very many homeless. I mean, nothing against that group of people, but
yeah.
There weren't many. I'd heard horror stories beforehand; they were everywhere. But I mean, outside of that, like, people were really nice. A lot of tourists, obviously, but the city was. I love going to cities like that because I've never lived in one, and I've only seen them, like less than a handful of times. But it's just nice to walk around and see the monuments. Me and my grandfather, we went down to the Washington. We saw the White House. Saw the Pentagon, saw the monument, the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Monument. I mean, we saw everything. Went to the Spy Museum. It was really neat, and I got to skate around a lot. And I threw. My grandfather hasn't ridden a bike in probably, literally 20 years. And I was telling him, I was like, listen, you're gonna need to learn how to ride this electric bike if we're going anywhere. He's like, all right, I'll figure it out. And so I wrote it to him to make sure this wasn't like some, impossible task for him. And it wasn't bad. And so he took a couple tries up and down, where we were parked, and he got the hold of it pretty good. I got some pretty funny videos, but there were a couple times where a group of people would be walking towards him, and he'd try to go around him, and he'd get nervous or go too slow and fucking turn right into him, and he'd slam on the brakes and go, oh, shit. It was fun. I mean, nobody was ever upset at him. Maybe they just walk right past him, wouldn't say anything. But he didn't care. He was like, oh, whatever, I'm going. But yeah, man. I mean, he was on that bike for over an hour, and we were out just going around the city and seeing what was around. And no, it was a really, really fun time. I mean, he's
very nice.
I grew up with him, so we're both very alike, where we can, we'll be in a city, see what we need to see, and all right, we're good, let's go home. my grandmother, she'll be there for a week, and we'll come back, she's like, oh, I wish we did this, or I wish we did it. No, me and him, we'll get it done quick. We'll be like, all right, this, then that, then this, all right, we're done. And,
that works,
it was really fun. We were gonna go to the Keys, down your way, but he got worried with the storm and everything, and I didn't want to get stuck down there, nor did he, if they closed the roads or anything, and didn't, the forecasts were saying, I think it's just gonna, it's not quite gonna make landfall. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they've been saying now, but you never know till it hits. But yeah, that's what they've been saying.
Exactly. We were like, let's not blow the vacation. Let's go somewhere we know we're gonna have fun and not get hit with it. So went up there. And it was really fun.
That is good.
It was actually I was talking with JB a lot about just trading in general, and he brought up a couple things. I want to see how your thoughts on the whole thing. I guess just, do you ever remember a time where the way you were trading, like, conflicted with, like, have you ever traded when trading felt unnatural? Like, you wanted to do one thing, or you felt more natural trading a certain way, but the way that you were trading didn't really line up. Am I explaining that right?
I mean, I get what you're saying, I think, but I don't think I ever really experienced that. I mean,
I don't. Can you explain it?
You don't understand. All right, go ahead, Landon. Explain it quick.
Yeah. No, I got you. I'll go. Basically, like, okay, let's put it this way. the way, the reason I was asking is because the way I trade, it's one trade a day. It's, it's a profitable strategy, but it's not like, I'm winning an enormous amount of trades more than I am losing. And so because of that, I still go through drawdown, but that's, natural. That's a natural way to trade. And it's not even the loss part of it that gives me hiccups or, that I can get antsy around. It's just the trade frequency and the whole one a day thing. It leaves me kind of wanting more, not even on a profit scale, just to be more active in the charts. I would enjoy it more if I was just doing more than the one a day. And it feels that, like, well, yes, that strategy, it works, it's proven profitable, but I still get the same feeling of, I want to be more active in it. So anytime that I go through the periods of drawdown, that's when I start to have the psychological slip-ups of, like, trying, wanting to try new things. And I've gotten to a point where I can either ignore, if I have to, those in the moment feelings of wanting to, change something, or have systems in place that keep me consistent, whether it be, hotkeys or simply journaling and having made the mistake enough times that I know where that road leads. But that little voice in the back of my head is still present. And I'd like to say that it goes away whenever I hit those, green streaks of, months at a time or whatever it may be. But it doesn't. If anything, it's still there, just in a different way. So, I don't know if anybody else, if anybody else can relate to that type of feeling or reality, if you know how you would recommend somebody go about that.
I mean, it's a tough deal because I was kind of the opposite. And I know this is going to sound probably crazy to you, but I remember when I was first trying to get past, and this was way back in, Apex days, and, I was trading Apex in the beginning. We were doing the evals, right? And at the end of your 30 days with the evals, well, what were you supposed to do? You were supposed to either, wing it and try to pass it, or blow the account to reset. You remember how that was the thing, because you got 80% off compared to your 90% off that you could get with getting a new account. So there was no point in keeping it, or because they reset it and stuff like that. Sadly, I was exactly the opposite. What I had was I would trade the accounts all throughout the month, right? And I'd be 2,500, 2,600 up on the account, and tomorrow's the reset date. So I've got to, hurry up and trade. And what I do is I try to force a trade, and then, now I'm down to 2K, and you try to force the next trade. Now you're down to 1,500. Now you're like, well, now what are we going to do? We've got to pass it. We're only $500 away, $1,000 away, whatever it is. And you're only looking for 3K. And I would blow, accounts at the end of every single month. And the wife finally told me at one point in time, she says, why do you, why are you blowing the accounts when you only got, 400 or 500 left to make? Just don't worry about it. Don't force the trade. Just pay for the next month and don't be concerned with it. And the funny thing is, I did that one time, right? Passed an account, and then found that every month I could pass the accounts before the 30 days after that. There was no, just because I think you almost, and I hate to say your mind gets the best of you, but I think that's almost what happens. I think it's one of those things of, you really think it's one way until you open it up and do it the other way, and then realize that really it's not what you think in your mind at all. You know what I mean? Like, when you try, like, for my instance, and I realize it's different for you, but for my instance, it's, well, when I had to hurry up and rush it, I just blew the accounts because I had to hurry up and rush it. That's my excuse. That's why. When in reality, it really didn't have anything to do with that. It's more of the mindset of, you just think that. So therefore, you're just trying to push trades, force trades, and they go the wrong way, and you start, or stop, let's say you stop thinking that way, and all of a sudden it just doesn't look the same anymore. Now you're passing accounts, and as well as I did, I passed account, I think it was a 250 account in one day, here a while back, and it wasn't anything, but yet, way back in the beginning, I couldn't pass a 50K in 30 days, and why? It's, I really believe it's your mind. I really do. I believe that your head gets the best of you, and a lot of people like to call it psychology or mindset or whatever, but it's just your mind's your worst enemy at the end of the day. You kind of think something, and it kind of is. Does that make sense? Like, it's the old notion of can't, right? Once you say you can't do something, well, you already lost the battle. And it's kind of that way. Yeah, it really is. Like, once you say you can't do it, well, you just can't. Does that mean you really can't do it? No, that means that you've already determined in your mind that you can't do it. So therefore, you're creating your own, destiny or future, if you will. And I hate to be crazy about it, but it really is. Your mind just kind of, and I it's tough because of all the new age stuff. Everybody's like, oh, well, what are you talking about? You're saying thinking, and it is, and stuff like that. And it's kind of that case, especially in a negative way, right? If you think that you can't do something, and it doesn't really matter what it is, if you really believe in your mind that you can't do it, you just can't. And that's a crazy notion that us as humans do, because we really do, and maybe use the word psych ourselves out of things that we can do, and it's really sad, because as a human, you really can do anything, right? For the most part, don't get out of control or whatever. But it's like the people when you see the videos. And I remember back when I was young, we used to go, me and my friends, and there was a river, and we would jump off this cliff into the river, and I was not a fan. Like, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. And finally I was like, here all my friends are, and I'm looking like an idiot. And I was young at the time. And I'm like, okay, I can do this. Screw this. And I just went and jumped. And then I look at the videos nowadays, and you can tell the difference, when you see them funny videos of guys that go and try to jump off the cliff or whoever, and they're scared, and then they fall and they hit the cliff, and, they bang the way down and everything else. And now why did they do that? Well, because they thought they couldn't do it. They tried to dedicate, didn't. And then they were like, nope, I can't do this. Well, it was too late by then. You kind of have to jump in feet first. You know what I mean? Luckily, I didn't hit the cliff on the way down, but you know what I'm saying? And it's just their mind. It's not that their legs don't work like anybody else's and they can't jump off a cliff just like anybody else. It's the fact that they've already set their mind at the fact that they just can't do it. And for that's where you're at, So, I don't know if that completely answers your question, but yeah, I think sadly that our minds get the best of us. And this is a mind game, but what isn't, right? People say, well, this is all mindset. This is all psychology, things like that. And I'm not denying that fact per se, but what isn't mindset in life? What isn't, psychology, if you will? You know what I'm saying? Like what isn't that way? If you go and you say, okay, well, I'm going to start a new business, and well, you get started like, oh, I just can't do this. Well, all right, you can't then, it's real simple. So yeah, I think, and it's another whole cliche thing. I think when you figure out about yourself, that's something that, you find in trading the same way. Like you learn more about yourself, and you have to understand yourself as a person, what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and that carries over the charts. And I know that sounds crazy and it's cliche as all get out, but it's really the case. You really, and some people become better people. Some people don't see it that way, and they don't, better themselves in order to better themselves. And it's the same thing in any kind of life. If you say, okay, well, I'm going to the gym, right? And you start looking inside yourself and you're doing this for betterment of yourself, you'll see that, you know, you're going to do a lot better at the gym as well. You know, you're going to show up every day. You're going to do the things you're supposed to do. You're going to see results and all these things because it's actually you, you know, believing that you're getting better. And that's how it goes. And it's the same thing in trading. You know what I mean? If you think it's just a hole and you're just digging yourself deeper and deeper and deeper, then your P&L is probably going to show you that, sadly, because that's how it is, right? So, I don't know. Just a thought, but...
No, I see what you're saying. It's yeah, rather than giving in to the way you feel right now,
yeah,
trying to better yourself in a way that allows you to follow through with what trading does. So rather than trying to change trading, you change the way you perceive it.
Correct. And I mean, that's what do most people, and I mean, I'm not saying that this is your fault, your problem, because I don't believe it is, Landon, but most of the people that come into my DMs and things like that, what do they have problems with? Revenge trading. And what is that at the end of the day? And you understand what it is, right? But they don't. And you understand, mentally, right, why a person revenge trades, and you understand how to keep yourself from revenge trading. At least I'm assuming this from the conversations that we've had, right? But now you take that in sense, and I think one of the best things that this server or these live streams or this community or whatever has done for me is really seeing the point of view of others, because I get I get insights on everything that everybody's saying. I think that is something that really, really helps. And I mean, I try to share these stories because I think it helps you guys just the same, right? When you can wrap your head around the struggles that others have that you don't struggle with, right? But as an outsider, you can look in and say, oh, well, I understand why they struggle with that, and I understand how not to struggle with that. And the whole thing is, well, those are the same things that help you with your struggles too, right? Because it's the same concepts, if you will, or mindsets that you have to wrap your head around, because even though they struggle with it, right, you understand why it is that they continue on with the actions that they make. And it's the same thing for anything, whether it's over trading, whether it's thinking that you should be trading more, whether it's whatever. Really, it's still the same thing, just a different, you know what I mean, a different view of it, but it's still all kind of the same thing. Whatever bad habits people have, normally those bad habits you can see in the same view, if you will, even though they're different circumstances. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Garbarian King. Good morning, Band. Sorry, guys. Deep in combo here.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and it's definitely like, especially where I'm coming from, when I can't lie, it's been a good amount of time where I've been sitting kind of in this same mental sphere, and I understand why I'm here, and I understand the pitfalls that I've gone through, or any of the mishaps that have happened, and I see why, and obviously any of those mishaps, they lead to what the goal is, or what the opposite of the goal, and that's not making money. You make these little mistakes, and they tend to build up over time, and so it definitely seems easier to say, okay, well, this hasn't been working, so it has to be the strategy that's the problem. But from where I'm at, I can look at it and say, well, that's not really been the issue. So it's been either I had a mechanical error and I placed it on the wrong asset, or I had a mental slip up and I thought that I knew, quote unquote, knew what I was doing, so I could make changes and do better, when the reality of it, well, that's those were both mental slip-ups rather than a mechanical or a strategy slip-up, and that to go back and try to change something that isn't the problem doesn't fix the issue. It's kind of just walking around the problem and avoiding it, instead of fixing it. And like, it would be, short-term comfort of saying, oh, well, I'm going to trade this way now because I feel better when I trade this way. But in reality, it's not going to provide the long-term relief. And more than anything, it would most likely, whatever strategy you choose to trade, it's going to bring you back to the same spot until you confront those underlying, mental, issues that I have or anybody has in trading. Let's say in theory, okay, well, a major conflict I have is I don't really enjoy trading one trade a day. It's like, all right, well, trading one trade a day isn't a bad thing. If anything, it's a good thing. Most of the studies done say more trades equals less profit. And I was talking to my grandfather about that. Like, that study right there, I feel like it's misleading, and I don't know how many other people have read into that or looked into it. But when I read that, initially I was like, okay, well, it can't mean that if you take less trades with the same strategy, you're going to make more money. Like, sometimes it does, but I think what it really is saying is the people that are taking more trades are more likely to fall into things such as over trading. They're more likely to fall into over risking because you're taking more trades, so you're more likely to over risk on a trade that you take. They're more likely to take worse setups, right, rather than just focusing on the good ones, meaning the ones near the open of the day, where volume's the highest, right? So it's more like that study is focused on the underlying issues rather than the math side of it, that is, oh, well, if I just take less trades, I'm going to make more money. It's not really that. It's that you're putting yourself in a riskier environment by taking more trades, and that's leading you to make the mental slip-ups that come with trading. But yeah, I don't know. It again, it ties into if you focus on the mental conflicts you have and accepting, or it comes down to changing beliefs, right? I've talked about that before, and how everybody has certain beliefs set in place, and the only way you can change a belief is by proving to yourself that that belief is not inherently wrong, but it's destructive, right? So if you have a belief that you want to make, I don't know, $10,000 this year, right? Just as a rough number. If your belief is, okay, well, this is what I expect to make, and you look at your strategy and you say, oh man, I should be able to do this. And you think, all right, well, I need to, take more trades to do this, right? Or whatever it may be. But in reality, you have to look at it, it's like, well, if you're starting with 10,000, you shouldn't expect to double your account that year anyways, right? And that's a pretty big starting fund, right? Or even the evaluation accounts, right? If you look at it for what it is, well, every time you start a new eval, they are asking you to double your account, or sometimes it's even more. Like the 100K account, your drawdown is 6,000, but your profit target's 9,000. So not only are you doubling your account, but you're doing another 50% on top of that. Well, you ask any investor or day trader if they expect to do 150% in a year, those are crazy numbers, right? Maybe not for top hedge fund managers, especially, if you're talking about a smaller account, but it's still a crazy amount to make. But a lot of people are going into this not even expecting to do that in a year, but maybe even a couple months, right? So you're expecting to over double your account, and then when that doesn't happen, that's when you start to fall into these mental pitfalls of, well, I'm not making as much as I expected to, so something's wrong with the strategy because I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. And then you make the change, and that leads to worse problems, right?
Yeah. And this goes back, and I don't know if you remember, Landon, but this goes back to a conversation that you and I had, and this was years ago. And I don't know if you remember this or not, but when I got into futures, and this was towards the beginning when you and I were live streaming together and everything else, And I told you so many of the guys that swapped over to futures were now, passing evals and getting to PA accounts and doing all these things. And I felt like I was still stuck because I was trading, slow. And these are guys that were, scalping and taking hundreds of trades a day, and they're passing all these accounts and they're doing all these things. And I felt like I was just left behind. Like I was this slow, trader that just wasn't getting it done. And I know I remember having this conversation with you. It was a long time ago, and I was like, this is killing me. I can't believe that everybody else is so far ahead of me. I'm so far behind. Everybody's killing me in this space. What's wrong with me? What do I got to do? And what had happened was, and I'm sure you remember this part too, they all ended up blowing all their PA accounts. All these guys were passing, blowing PA accounts, passing, blowing PA accounts, just, every week passing 2, 3, 4, 5 evals and then blowing all the PA accounts. And what you'll see, and this kind of goes back to your over trading thing, is normally if you take, and let's just say you take 100 trades, right? And let's just say that you take 100 trades, in a day, it doesn't matter where, right? And say you got a 60% win rate. What you will find is in those 40 trades, nobody ever analyzes that. And I'm sure you do. I shouldn't say nobody because you analyze everything. But in those 40 trades out of them 100 that you lose, I can almost guarantee you can find at least half of those that have something in common. And that's what, in my opinion, is the most important thing. And that's why I say it all the time. I say limit losses, right? And the reason that I say limit losses all the time is because I believe that if you take 100 trades, right? And again, we're going to say a day just because we're talking about over trading at this point. You take 100 trades, you see that 40 of them are losses, 60 of them are wins. So you're profitable. You're doing great. That's amazing. You know what I mean? Let's say that your RR is set correctly, that you're making money that way. And that's great. Don't get me wrong. All you guys out there that's got 60% win rates, I am not trying to, say that you're wrong or right. It's perfect if you're making money. But, right, you take 40 of those trades and you can figure out that 20 of them are trades that you can, X off your list and no longer take. Well, now that 100 trades just turned into 80. Right? And everybody will say, well, why would I want to take 80 trades instead of 100? Because now out of those 100 trades, now when you make it to the 100, let's say you take 80, now you make 20 more, you're only going to lose 20 trades out of your 100. So now you've just bumped up to 60, right? From 60% win rate to 80% win rate over 100 trades. Are you trading less trades? Absolutely. And a lot of people can't justify that. But I can tell you, you do something like this, and let's just say that you're taking 100 trades a day, and now you're taking 80 trades a day, right? Instead of 100. However, 80% of your trades you're winning. At the end of the 6 months, you're going to see that you've just made your profit excel. Your profit at the end of 6 months is going to be huge in comparison, because essentially every 100 trades that you're taking 20 losses away. You understand what I'm saying? And people have a hard time wrapping their head around that one. Why would I want to take 80 trades a day when I could take 100 trades a day? Because you're limiting your losses. And we actually had an argument in the server a few years back, and I'm sure you remember this as well, Landon. I asked somebody, would you rather take 100 trades a day, right, with your 60% win rate, because I think that's what we were talking about at the time, or would you rather take one trade a day with 100% win rate? And they argued up one side and down the other that 100 trades a day with a 60% win rate would profit you more than one trade a day with a 100% win rate. And it makes no sense to me. That's really how people look at it. They really look at it that way. And for any of you guys that are sitting there saying, well, it's true, 100 trades is going to make you way more. you can't risk the same amount on 100 trades because you have a 60% win rate. You every day I go over and I talk to you guys about how you manage these trades. And if you have a 90% win rate, what does that mean? If you have a 60% win rate, what does that mean? And when we talk about this, if you have a 90% win rate, it means you can risk more per trade. Why? Because you only have your account only has to withstand 10% loss. So you can up your risk. If you have to withstand 40% loss, that means you have to bring your risk down by a fourth in order not to kill your account. Because you got to expect, what is going on with the movement here? We didn't have news again, did we? I don't think.
Nasdaq, baby. Always Nasdaq.
But anyways, and that's the whole thing. So upping your win rate, in my opinion, is much, much smarter, right? But let's go back to the 100% win rate thing, right? If you have a 100% win rate, well, what's your risk? Well, your whole account. Why? Because you don't lose trades. You can't put your whole account at risk with a 60% win rate ever. You have to bring your risk way down because your account has to withstand the losses. And a lot of people tell you win rate doesn't matter. That's absolutely true, but it does matter for risk management. So the higher your win rate, the higher your risk. The lower your win rate, the lower your risk. So what does that mean? Well, if you have to risk less, that means you have to take many more trades in order to make the same amount of money as if you had a higher win rate. So what does a higher win rate mean? That means that you can take far fewer trades, right? And still make the same amount of money because you can risk more. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I mean, everybody just wants to look at it as win rate compared to, everybody wants to compare win rate and RR and all these things, but people never wrap their head around how risk actually correlates to your win rate. People never seem to wrap those inside of a box and say, okay, well, how does this work? And if you are losing far less trades, I mean, you can even take it to the thoughts of a eval account, right? Just for fun. Let's say you have a 150K eval account, and this is what Landon was just talking about. I think he said 100, but either way, if you got a 150K eval account, right, you got to make 9 grand before you lose 5. That's not an easy task, right? Because you do have to make 3 times what you do on a 50K account, and you only got 2 times the loss. So your risk has got to, be in place to not get killed with it. What I'm getting at is if you only lose, let's say you're a 90% win rate trader, that means that you're only going to lose 10 trades over 100 trades, if you want to look at it that way, to where if you are a 60% win rate trader, you're going to lose 40 trades. Now your account has to be able to take those trades. I mean, let's just do it in tens. Let's say 10 trades. So you lose 6 out of 10 trade, or 4 out of 6 trade. 4 out of 10 trades. Well, that means you have to risk an amount that over the next 10 trades, you losing 4 isn't going to blow that account. Compared to, say you have 10 trades, and out of those 10 trades, you're going to lose 1 because you got a 90% win rate. Hopefully everybody understands that. That's part of how your risk management works as well. But that's why I always say, if you can limit losses, to me, that's the greatest thing you can do, right? Because the more losses you limit, even if you're limiting your trades and you're trading less, means the more risk you can put on. That means bigger trades. People never correlate that to what we're talking about. right? Everybody says, well, I just want to risk what I'm going to risk. That's all I can risk. No, your risk is very, very dependent on what your win rate is. Or if you want to put it the other way, and I know this is the negative way of looking at it, and this is why people don't want to look at it this way, but your risk is very dependent on what your loss rate is. And that's absolutely the truth. How much do you lose? That's how much you can risk. That's proper risk management. If you plan to lose X amount of trades in a day, well, your account's got to make up for your account's got to handle that. So it's very correlated, your losses to your risk. The less you lose, the more you can risk, right? Makes sense, I hope.
I see what you're saying, and it's definitely, you can look at the prop firms, pretty blatantly and see how they're designed and why they're designed the way they are, and it's so that people continually blow accounts, and
Yes.
even let's say you pass that eval, right, on the 150. Well, now you're in a PA, and personally, I think things get worse from there because you're looking at it from the perspective that it's like, okay, well, now that I've passed it, I have to do it all again before I make any money. So you basically have to pass 2 evals before you make any money, right? Like, that's the best way to look at it, because the only difference is on PA you put actual, you paid more than just the monthly, whatever $15 fee it is. Now you've paid $150 for the PA fee, but you still have to do the exact same thing you did again. And if you're trading a consistent strategy, most likely that's going to take a while to get back to that, to get up to that threshold. I mean, even on a 25K account, where it's $1,500, it's like, well, you're still having to double your account because your max drawdown is $1,500. So it's not any easier, right? It's only easier from the looks of it. Well, it's a little easier because, the drawdown and the target profit are the same compared to the 150, but, 50K is pretty comparable. It's $3,000 to your target profit and 2.5K for your drawdown. So, it's the same thing where, sure, your risk can increase, but your final target doubles. So it's not like you're going to get there any quicker unless you risk more than you should. And if you're risking more than you should, you're more likely to blow the PA, or, even worse, you're going to be deep in drawdown under a short amount of time. And even if that does turn around for you, more likely than not, if you're looking at your account, you're only, $1,000 or $750 away from blowing it, right? Half your account's gone. You're going to want to start taking riskier trades. But let's say it was a live account and you had, 10,000 of your own dollars in there, right? Or even 5,000. You can say, okay, well, this isn't that bad because any dollar I make on top of the 10,000, well, that's, it's my money. It goes directly into my bank account. And, it's that same idea, but then you take it back to the PAs and you, like, let's say you pass your eval and you get to the threshold on your PA account. Well, now you still only have a $1,500 account. That's a very small account. Or even, on the 50K, you only have a $2,500 account. That's a very small account in futures trading. You're not working with much there. And sure, you can say, well, you can copy trade, and have several, and, if you have 4, cool, now you have $10,000 in your account, and, it's a lot less risky compared to having 10,000 real dollars in a live account. I can fully understand that side of it as well, but at the end of the day, you're still, you're trading. It's no different than anything else. If you're trading a proper risk management and trading a working strategy, then you should never blow the account. Like, that's kind of how the parameters are built into it. It's not to say you'll never be in drawdown, but you should never blow the account. It's just prop firms make it that much more difficult for you not to blow it because you're dealing with so many more mental pitfalls that come with this whole idea of, well, I'm afraid that I want to make money now, or I want to be at the threshold now. Sorry, I thought I lost connection there, but hopefully that makes sense for, I know you understand reality, but, anybody else is in here.
I think some people, I will tell you this too, don't understand the bigger accounts. And I don't know if you do it or not as far as how you handle them, but that's the one thing that bigger accounts are better. I'm going to say post eval, right? And people never wrap their heads around this. A 25K, because I'm just going from what you said about the 25K in the very beginning. 25K is easier to pass, guys, right? Your eval. So I'm not going to deny that fact, but once you move up to, and I'll just say 150 because we were talking about 150. Once you move up to the 150 and you're on PA, that's no different than your 25K. And people say, well, I don't understand. How is that the case? Well, the reason that's the case is because you only have to make your threshold. You don't have to make the 9K before you get paid out.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So in reality, the PA accounts are actually better once passed, say post eval, for bigger accounts, guys. But with that being said, the evals are harder. So when you look at like, okay, what's the easiest one to pass? Everybody would probably agree that, your 1500 is easier to pass on your 25K because it's just 1-to-1. But as you go up to the bigger accounts, the PA accounts are actually just as easy for your larger accounts, but not so much. So for the smaller accounts, right, they're just as easy, if that makes sense. Hopefully I'm making sense out of that.
I've traded the smaller accounts for, pretty much the entire time. So I forgot about, the whole, you only have to make your threshold or your drawdown for threshold.
Yeah. So they're harder on eval. Like a 150K is way harder, guys, because you got to think about it. If you're thinking about it in terms of a 50K, right, you've got 50K, you've got 3K to make. If you're talking about, intraday drawdown, when we talk about your end of day, it's going to be a little different. But let's just say you're 50. I think the 50K and the 150 is the best value for your money. So I think both those really, if you're talking about eval status, but it all depends. I guess I shouldn't say that, but anyway. So your 50K, you got to make 25, or you got a $2,500 drawdown, right? And then you got a 3K profit target for your eval stage. And let me just break it down for all you guys so that everybody can wrap their head around how this works. So a 150K, now what do you got to make for your profit target? $9,000, right? So that's 3 times your profit target on your 50K. And everybody always asks me why it is that I've got a 50K and I run 2 minis. I've got a 150K and I run 4. Why is it when the 150K is 3 times the amount? And my reasoning is exactly right here, because the drawdown on a 150K is 5K, which is what? 2 times 2,500. So like I keep trying to say all the time, and I mean, I preach this daily, guys, limit your losses. The losses are what you have to pay attention to. Everybody always pays attention to their wins. Everybody's looking wins. I want to win more. I want more wins. I want that. Nobody ever says, I want to lose less. Nowhere has anybody said this. I pay big attention to the losses, right?
I want more tacos.
So, what'd you say? He said, I want a taco. I know what you said.
I want more tacos.
Anyway, so when I look at a 150K, when you're talking about the eval stage of it, let's just say, what do I look at? I look at the fact that it's got 5K drawdown. So what can you do? Well, you can only double your risk then, right? Because if you triple your risk in order to triple the money you make, and that's where they get, kind of sticky. You want to triple your risk in order to triple the money you make in order to get that 9K, because it's triple, right? You're no longer thinking about your loss. You only have double the loss. So why would you triple your risk if you can only lose twice as much? You can't. People don't think about it that way. They say, well, I've got to make 3K instead of I got to make 9K instead of 3K, and I've got a 150K account, but your loss is only doubled. So you guys got to make sure where your risk is at. Your loss correlates directly to your risk. In my opinion, that's how I look at everything, right? What is your loss? What is your loss going to be? People say, well, that's a negative way to look at it. You should look at what your win's going to be. I'm sorry. I look at it as what your loss is going to be, right? So double loss. However, once you get that eval passed, right? So you made your 9 grand before you hit your 5K drawdown, your account resets, you pay your PA fee or not, depending on what company you're with, whatever, all these things come into play, right? Now, all you got to do in order to get to your payout is make your 5K. So now you stay right there with your 4 contracts because you only got double the risk. Not saying anybody should do 4 contracts. You shouldn't do that unless you have a very high win rate, right? That's just how I do it. But you stay with your 4 contracts and now you get payout way quicker because you don't have to make 9K anymore, right? Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Now it's you're 1-to-1 again, if you will. You know, that's where you're at on all your big accounts too. But you have to make it through that eval stage first, right? So just know that everybody says that the bigger accounts are harder. Eval, yes. Post, they're the same, right? And none of it should look any different to you really anyways on paper, because at the end of the day, you're just managing risk. That's all you're doing. That's all we do every day. We're just managing risk. I realize everybody wants to talk about the wins and talks about this win and that win and this win and that win and how we win all this and everything else, but you're just making sure that you don't blow an account with the amount of losses that you're going to take over the time of the count. That's all you're trying to achieve. That's it. So you can get your payouts. Because if you limit your losses and you make sure that losses won't blow your account, and what are you doing? You're making sure that in 6 months you have profit. That's it. It's really simple, guys. It's a really simple game when you try to put it in simple terms like that. Right? It's not, and that deviates all your lost trades. That deviates all your, man, I wish I would have got in that. Who cares? None of it matters. You're just trying to make sure that you limit your losses. It's damage control at the end of the day. I know nobody wants to look at it that way. Everybody wants to look at the, great part of where I'm winning and where I'm this and where I'm that, and let's win big trades. And I just made 20R or 100R, and this is, all the great things. But at the end of the day, what did you lose? Right? Nobody ever wants to talk about. Nobody ever wants to talk about that side of it. What did you lose? How many trades have you lost in the last 6 months? Why? How many trades did you lose today? Why? Right? Nobody likes that side of it. That's the nasty, dirty side that nobody wants to talk about.
Yeah, and I totally forgot the whole that after you pass your valuation, your threshold is only what your drawdown is.
Yeah.
Because that, like you said, that definitely changes things.
Yeah, so it's nice. Post, now you got to be able to pass evals, obviously. So I mean, it's tougher to pass evals, guys. Don't let me tell you, don't get the thought in your mind that you're gonna do a 25K and you're just gonna jump to a 150K and all of a sudden it's gonna be just as easy, because it absolutely isn't. It's much harder to pass a 150K than a 25K. It just is. Right? Because trying to, it's exactly what Landon was just talking about. When you're trying to triple your money before a double loss, when we're comparing it to a 25K, that's a much harder feat. You have to walk a lot thinner line to make that possible. But once you can achieve that and you're past it, well, the bigger accounts are just the same. Post eval is what I'm going to try to call it, right? But and Landon's exactly right. For these funded companies too, they try to make it hard. I know a lot of guys say impossible. That's not the case, guys. It's not impossible. Is it hard? Yes. They're trying to make money, guys. They're definitely going to make it hard. They're not going to make it easy for you to do this. But if you understand that this process is what it is, and you accept that, and you work your strategy around that, then you can take advantage of it, right? Intraday drawdown's hard. See, Bands, that's the thing. I disagree. Right? And I know you think that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. There's going to be a ton of people that are going to agree with you. For my trading style, it never made a difference. I've passed evals here live for, you know, Apex, Leeloo, Top Step, and none of them were any different, right? I didn't trade a Top Step eval any different than I traded Apex eval. So the end of day helped me zero because of my trading style. But my trading style began, right, based on intraday drawdown. So to me, end of day just doesn't help me any. It doesn't allow me anything different because my rule set and how I trade is already based around intraday. So it just wasn't any different. When I went to an end of day account, it wasn't any easier to pass. A lot of people will tell you, well, an end of day account's way easier to pass. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying for my trading style, there wasn't a difference at all. I mean, if you really want to get into it and talk about it, a static count would probably be, you know, the easiest, right? If that's how you want to look at it. For me, a static account won't be any different. But with a static account, you have to understand, in my opinion, you should up risk, right? Like you should start with less risk and build as you go. So let's say you had a, you know, and I don't know exactly what the static drawdown or what the static is on a lot of them, but let's say that you had a 50K and I think the drawdown's like 1200 or something, right? So what do? Well, you definitely don't start with 2 minis. I mean, that's not the way to do it. So what do? Maybe, you know, maybe start with 5 micros and then wait until you get to the point to where you're now doubled your drawdown, right? So instead of being 1200, now you're at 2500 for your drawdown, and now you up and you run, you know, a mini for you guys or something, right? And then once you're up to that 3K, obviously 4K, whatever, now you can start adding more contracts on as you go, but you should start smaller. Why? Because your risk is smaller. At the end of the day, that's all these accounts are about, right? I mean, if you had, and Landon brought up a good point, if you had a 10K account, you know, or whatever it is, you're not going to risk half of your account, let's just say that, on one trade, right? And everybody says, well, 10K account would be way easier because we don't have the same, you know, let's say $2,500 drawdown as you would, but the fact remains, really, you're only talking about the loss. Like, are you going to take your 10K account and risk $5,000? And that's the problem, right? Because if you are going to risk $5,000, then your 10K account ain't going to last long, right? So you don't want to risk that much. So if you risk, let's say you risk 10% of the count, so you got 10 trades, which most people aren't going to do that either. So you can accept 10 losses before you blow your account. That's risking $1,000, right? So, and if that's what you want to do, then you're going to be the same way on a funded account. You want to make sure that you only risk, you know, a percentage of whatever said drawdown is that if that's how you look at it, you know, risk it for the biscuit. So, I mean, it's always kind of the same thing depending on what your threshold is for loss. So it's what you want to lose regardless. And for me, I don't look at it as what you want to lose. I look at it as what you can afford to lose. So essentially, and I mean, you'll say, well, I can afford whatever when it's on a eval account. And I think that's where some people get confused too, because, and maybe it's not confused, but I know guys who their risk management is dependent on their fees for an eval account, right? And you can look at it this way. Say I've got $1,000 to trade with. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that $1,000 to buy eval accounts. Here's where the problem comes in at, though. We'll go over this real quick. So my total risk is each eval account. So say your eval accounts are, $25. So that's your total risk on the account. A lot of people look at it that way, and that's fine unless you have PA fees, because now it's turned into something different. Now you've got more money invested in that account. Now you do end of days. I mean, not end of days, but companies that already have PAs built in to where there's no PA fee. That's better, obviously, but you're going to pay more for the account. So that's all risk tolerance as well. But that's how a lot of people look at it. Instead of saying my risk is $2,500 on a 30 or on a 50K account, they say my risk for my bankroll, I've got $1,000 worth of bankroll. My risk for this account is $25. Right? And you could look at it that way too. It just all depends on how you prefer to do it. But at the end of the day, it's all about your risk and what you lose. Right? How many trades are you going to lose? That's where risk comes in at. I mean, I hope everybody gets that. You have to understand your loss. You have to examine your losses. You really have to do that. I mean, I really feel like that's a lot of what lacks, because everybody always wants to talk about how do you win? Well, this was a winner. What do I have to do to make this strategy win? How do I win more trades? I really think that's the mindset that everybody has, and that's positive, guys, right? I'm not going to say that it's not. You want to pay attention to wins and keep yourself positive, I guess. But at the end of the day, you still got to understand what your risk is always. If you do anything in life and you say, okay, well, I want to, we're going to go off of the restaurant thing only because not everybody's going to say restaurant, but let's say you want to own a club. Why do you want to own a club? Well, because I want to be able to go to my club and have free drinks and girls be all over the place dancing around, and I want to have the nightlife that's way, and I get to make money doing it. Okay, so is that all there is to owning a club? Akko's in charge. That's why, and that's the whole thing. You're not going to go into a club saying, "Oh well, that's all there is to it." Oh, what's the negative side, right? Anything we do in life, what do we have to do? We have to look at the positives, we have to look at the negatives, and we have to weigh them against each other. However, when we get into spaces like this, free drinks and dancing, when we get into spaces like this, nobody looks at that side of it. Well, here's a strategy that wins. Look at this. I've been watching a YouTube. See you later, Saul. See you tomorrow, man. I've been watching, on YouTube, and this guy's making $100,000. I saw him make $100,000 on a trade. That's all that matters. He made $100,000 on a trade. Best trading strategy out there. It's got to be, right? Got to be. You see that club too. I went into my buddy bought a club. Look at it. He's in there drinking all night and looking at girls. Let's go. In reality, it's just not how it works, guys. There's more to it than that.
And I wanted to ask too, do you think the live trading side of it, right? So I want to say most people in here, with myself included, have never really traded a live account on futures, right? Or maybe not anything. And I think there is a certain, I'm kind of assuming here because like I said, I haven't done it, but there's a certain, I guess, mental side of it that you don't get when you trade prop firms. Like there definitely is, because you're there's more money on the line, but it's can drag over to the prop firm side of it, and it kind of makes you more accountable for your losses, not in a way that is like, oh, we followed your strategy and you lost money, this is bad, but more of like, you didn't follow your strategy and you're feeling the effects more so on those losses when it's a live account. But also, if you're trading a live account, you can see the slow progression of trading. Like you can see how long it really takes to get anywhere with it with the live account, because you don't have any, like, there's nobody telling you you have to make X amount before you can withdraw. There's no rules saying that you have to follow, you can only trade during these times, you can't do this or that. But it shows you, okay, well, in a live environment where you get to pretty much make your own rules, and that when losses occur, you have to be accountable for the 100%, effect of them, and your risk management can't be all over the place, because if it is, you're going to lose more of your real money than you would on an evaluation. And that kind of realization, when brought over to PA or prop firms, it can help you, because now you get to take advantage of the leverage that prop firms offer, but you don't place any beliefs that you should make X amount at the end of the year or end of the month or whatever it may be, because you've seen the reality of live trading. Do you think that can have some sort of play into it, reality?
I think there's a big play on live accounts, and like Forest Boy says, he's doing the live accounts and he's eating his losses. And I'll let you wrap your head around it like this, Landon. I think people get confused, right? You say, when you talk about a 50K account, you say, well, it's only a $2,500 account, right? Well, if you're comparing it to a live account, it's not at all a $2,500 account. If you're comparing it to a live account, then your 50K account that you're calling 25K account is actually only a $30 account. You see the difference? That's all it is to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's where people get a little confused too. And that's, again, goes into those losses. When you talk about, okay, I go and I purchase account today, and I've only got $2,500 drawdown, and I've got, strict rules and everything else, you got to realize you blow that account. And what if you lost $30, $20, whatever you paid for it? When Forest Boy goes and he has his $2,500 account, let's just say, if you want to compare it, and he loses $2,500, he just lost $2,500. He just lost that out of his own money. That cost him $2,500 to lose there, right? So it's not the same. You're never going to take a live account if you're in a position where you're trying to trade, let's just say, that small amount. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Taking for instance, the $2,500, saying you've got a $2,500 account, that's what your blow would be. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means that your position sizes are going to be much smaller, and that I know that's what you're getting at when you're talking about the $2,500 accounts and what they are. The position size should be smaller, and that's absolutely the truth. Your position size should be smaller, but your actual investment, and that's why so many people gamble. That's what they expect, right? Like, if you went to the casino, let's just say, and casinos should do the same thing. If you went to the casino and the casino told you, and you've got into blackjack some, and the casino told you, I'll tell you what, Landon, you come in and you play some blackjack today, and we will give you $50,000 worth of chips to play blackjack today for $30. But if you lose, but if you lose 2,500, we're going to shut you off. You know what I mean? But would you do it? Well, yeah. Who wouldn't? That's the mindset that they're looking for. And that's the difference. That's why I try to tell everybody, you can't look at it like that, right? But you get the feeling in your gut right now of what you'd do if the casino told you they'd give you $50,000 worth of chips to set in front of you for $30. Absolutely, you'd do it. You know what I mean? So that's what they want you to feel like. And how many times are you going to pay the $30? Well, you're going to continue to pay that $30. Why would you not? You mean I lose $2,500? Okay, fine. Re-up me. Here's another $30. Re-up me again. Re-up me again. And that's the mindset that they're looking for. That's the whole thing. And most people buy into that. Right? And am I saying that's right or wrong? No, I'm not, guys. I'm not going to tell you for 1 second that the gambling mindset can't take over for eval accounts. And I'm not going to tell you that people don't make money that way. There's plenty of people, like I just said, that come out and they say, okay, well, I'm risking $30, so who cares? They just trade the account, blow eval, pass an eval, get a payout. Now they got, let's just say, a 2K payout, because that's minimum on most companies. You get a 2K payout. Well, how many $30 did you spend to get there? You know, if they spend, let's say, you know, $20-$30, well, what is that? That's $1,200, right? So they spent $1,200. They made 2K. There you go. There's your risk management. You continually do that. Well, what are you doing? You're making $800 profit. So you do that, you know, every week. You make $800 profit. That's another way to wrap your head around how this works, right? Completely up to you guys how you do it. I'm just telling you there's different ways to take this all in and play this game too.
Yeah, but
I'm
confused. Doesn't it take you the initial cost to get in? So $15-$30, whatever it costs you, plus passing the eval. So that's another, what, $170?
That
so
depends on company.
If you made it,
that depends on
which
company.
most of them are, though, right?
No, you could do my funded futures and do their normally they've got a sell that's right around $48 that they do. And I mean, there's others out there too. So don't just say that one, and no, I'm not an affiliate with my funded futures, just so you guys know. So I don't shout them out because of that. It's just, I know their pricing because I'm with them. I mean, they dropped this as an affiliate, but anyway, you pay $48 and you got no PA fee. So you pay $48, you buy yourself, you know, account after account at $48. You get one payout, you've covered all of them, you got profit. I mean, I'm not telling you that's the way to do it by any means. I'm just telling you there are people out there that do it exactly that way. That's exactly how they run this.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's almost a price of a reset.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I'm not telling you to trade this way. I'm telling you if that's how you're managing your risk, because at the end of the day, that's all it is. What is your risk? Right? If you're talking about it in a cash sense, like a live account, your risk is, you know, on a my funded future account, $48. That's your risk. You know, on an Apex account, Leeloo account, things like that, you can say, well, my risk right now for this eval is $20-$30. And then once your PA, well, now what is your risk? Now you've got that $20-$30 plus your 100 and whatever, right? So now you've got $175 risk, $180 risk. That's my risk now on this account. If I blow this account, that's what I've lost. Anybody that's been to the casino, and I mean, I say that to Landon because he loves his blackjack thing, but anybody that goes to the casino understands when you go to the casino, well, what is your risk? Well, it depends on what you plan to spend once you get there. Now that's where people, you know, you talk about gamblers, where do people mess up? People mess up because they don't put a risk on, right? They don't manage their risk. They go to the casino and instead of saying, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this casino. I'm going to risk $500 and that's all I'm going to play. So I'm going to buy in for 100 and 5 buy-ins and then I'm going to walk away. You know, you have to have that. What's the difference between somebody who understands gambling and understands how to do it? It's always risk management. That's always the case. What's the problem with, you know, degenerate gamblers? Well, they don't manage the risk. They go in not knowing what they're going to do. Well, I'm going to try 100 here. Okay, well, I lost, so I'm going to buy another 100, another 100, another 100. Well, let me go grab my ATM card. I need to pull some money out of my bank. That's the difference, right? They never set limits as to what the risk is. That's where you're at, you know. So
probably why I lost $1 at the casino.
Yeah, I mean that. So if you have an idea what your risk is, and like Landon said, yeah, I'll take that deal with the 50K in chips. Why? Because look at your risk. You're risking $30 for a chance at what? That's the point of the evals, right?
Ooh. What if I flipped it on the casino and I said, look, I'm going to walk into the casino and I have 2 plates worth of tacos. I'm only here until the tacos are gone.
This guy.
That's my risk management. And then he's going to be like, why do you carry tacos?
But Landon, you see what I'm saying, and that's where when you're comparing live accounts, you almost have to compare then when you're talking about it. If you just want to wrap your head around it, when you say, okay, well, I'm going to do a live account, you almost then have to compare what your actual cash investment is in order to compare apples to apples. There, I know we've got way off track, but that's what I was trying to explain is if you look at it in the sense of a live account, well then for me it's loss. Again, it's always the same, right? I'm going to look at the loss. So if you open yourself, let's just say $1,000 live account, right? Then your loss total, if you were to lose everything, would be $1,000. So now you compare that to what $1,000 lost is on whatever size account you want to trade in the eval space or PA space or even straight to funded space, right? So you say, okay, well, I'm going to go straight to funded, so I don't have to even do eval. We're going to go straight to funded. We're going to buy a $200 account straight to funded. Well, how many of those accounts can we buy for the $1,000 that we just said? Obviously, you know, you can buy 5 of those accounts. So you can blow 5 of them before you blow your complete amount of money. You see what I'm saying? And then you got a chance for payout. And that's how I like to compare it. Not that I don't do straight to funded. Never have, guys. That's something I've never done. I've just never really seen the purpose of, if there was a real good deal out there, I might. But my biggest thing, and it's not so much the money to put into a straight to funded, which I think is kind of a ripoff a lot of times, because if you can pass evals, there's no point in it. But more so the 20% consistency. And everybody will say, well, what's so bad about 20% consistency? Because you can't let a trade run no more. 20%'s tough. And a lot of you guys say, well, I just don't get it. Well, it's tough, guys, because now if you actually have a runner and it runs and you make too much money, well, look at where you're at now. Now you have to make all that more money in order to get to payout. So I prefer, at least, you know, I hate having tight consistency if at all you can help it, right? Just because you do have to kind of wrap your head around your winners at that point. And for me, if you just trade a regular, you know, you take profit, let's just say like Landon does, the 1R, 2R, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal because your take profits are always the same. But if you do a runner type deal, you could always have a trade that runs for, you know, 500, 600, 1,000, 1,500. And if you have a runner that does that, essentially you have to just cut your runner and say, okay, well, I don't want to make any money. You know, it'd be like if you're at the casino and you're running, you're playing blackjack, and all of a sudden you got into a hot streak. You got a deck that's just on fire and you're getting freaking blackjack every other hand, right? And you have to say, well, you know, I gotta step back. I can't win no more today. I've got to walk away. That's not fun. I mean, that's not any good in my opinion, but you know,
the casino would be like, what the hell are you talking about? Sit down, boy.
Yeah. I mean, people got to wrap their head around it however they want to wrap their head around it. But that's what I have an issue with, low consistency rules. So I like to say that you try to keep as high a consistency rules as you can, just because of that, right? But
because for my own, personal spot that I am in trading, when it comes down to everything, right? We talked about before that I struggle with the idea that, the whole one trade a day thing, I don't really enjoy it. But then, I ask myself, it's like, well, why don't I enjoy it? Well, there's, it's like you said, that most people would opt to take more trades in a day, even if it meant a lower win rate, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Why not? The whole 100% versus 60% or 70% example you gave before. And it's like, on paper, I can understand why you would say that, but in reality, it doesn't make sense. And that's the same way with my notion of wanting to take more trades, that it's the same thing. It's like, it's that want to make a profit, or any of these things. And then I ask myself, it's like, well, if I went to a live account, would that fix my problems? Because a lot of times I'm like, oh, well, this would be, I wouldn't feel this way if my account was, at whatever number, right? And then I'm like, well, I can do that. Like, okay, here's an example. If anybody here is thinking, well, once I get to my PA threshold, then everything will be easy because I can withdraw money. Well, take $2,500 and put it into a live account. It's the exact same thing. It's, you know, or $5,000, or, you know, whatever your PA threshold is on the prop firm. Just take that amount, put it in a live account, and you've solved your problem. But if that doesn't really solve your problem, most likely it might, but most likely it doesn't, because what you're wanting is all the enhanced risk of a prop firm, but with none of the drawbacks of, hey, I might lose all that money that's in the live account. Like that's really what you're wanting, which there's no cheat codes, right? You can't have one or the other. You either stick with the prop firms and you get your enhanced risk, but it's going to take you longer, or you go to a live account and you soothe that urge to have, you know, your PA at threshold, you know, to compare the two, you put that amount into a live account, but then you take on the risk of losing that account. And if you think you're at risk of losing that account, then why do you think you're profitable with the prop firms? Because the only reason you would think that you're at risk of losing those accounts is you don't think you can trade profitably. Why are you like, these are kind of the connections between the two, and how you can kind of discern, well, where is the real problem, right? And it may not be that you want it to be at the PA threshold. The real problem is you want to make money, right? And that's everybody's problem. Everybody wants to make money, but you have to confront that at what it is. And you have to say, well, then why do I want money? Is it because I need the money, right? And if it is, well, then that's a whole separate problem that isn't in trading. That's a life problem, right? Is it because you want to show other people that you know how to trade? Same thing. That's not a trading problem. That's a life problem. You want to prove that you can do something that nobody else can, or you can prove that you were able to do something that people said you couldn't, or you're able to prove to yourself that you could do something that you couldn't think. Like it could be one of those things that really has nothing to do with trading. It just happens to be that trading is your mechanism that you're trying to prove these things to yourself or others through, right?
Yeah. I got a solution for you on your question, though, on what you asked. I actually do have a solution for you. I just thought about it as you were sitting here talking about, you know, eval accounts and live accounts and everything else. Here's how I do it. I'll be honest with you, just from your standpoint, right? Why don't you just have double funded accounts, double eval accounts, however you want to look at it? One that you stay to, you know, your rules, as we say. You take your one trade a day and open another account that is your risk account. You're just, let's say, gambling money. This is the money that you take to the casino to gamble, and that's what you put into, you know, evals that you gamble on. You take however many trades you want to take. Have fun with it. Take your trades. If you're passing evals with them, great. If you're on to PAs and getting big payouts with them, great. But you still have your conservative, you know, let's use that word, conservative account that you follow all your rules and take one trade a day. You know, you never know. You could make all kinds of money out of that fun account that is essentially your gamble account.
You know, it's funny about you saying that, is that's what I've been doing. What you just described is exactly what I've been doing.
That kills both birds with one with stones, and you get both of them that way, and you don't have to limit yourself, and just make sure that extra money is all you put into those accounts, that, you know, and then you don't get yourself in trouble. Now, if you start just keep on pouring money into them, then it'd be an issue, but I don't think you'd do that. So make sure it's only your gambling money per se. So this is my gambling fund that I set aside, right? So you say, okay, well, my gambling fund's going to be, and you can make it whatever you want, guys, but say my gambling fund's going to be $1,000 a month, right? So you set aside $1,000 to buy evals on your gambling fund, and then once if that fund starts making money, you know, you take all your gambling money that you make and put it back into there, then you can, you know, increase your gambling fund, or take out and have fun with your gambling fund, you know, resource the money however you want. But at the end of the day, it's just money management, guys. Either way, however you want to do that. And I'm not saying you have to use $1,000 a month. People will be like, oh my gosh, you're going to gamble away $1,000 a month. Make it whatever you want. Make it $100. Make it whatever you want. But what would you take to the casino? I mean,
another thing over here too is, it's like, in trading, right, we love to focus on the mechanical or the strategy side of it, right? Because, you know, that's the easiest thing that you can test, right? It's so easy to go back. You can back test however much you want. You can chart it down. You can watch YouTube videos on it, And because of that, that tends to be the thing that we only focus on. And that when we look at our strategy and we say, okay, well, it works, it does this, then we ignore the things that could happen. And those are the things such as you don't follow your rules, you don't manage risk properly, you don't, enter when you should, you take too many trades. Like any of these things, we've already talked about. But the reason I bring it up is because if you don't tend to focus on those things, the smaller things, then when it comes time that you have to place the trades, like even what me and Rihanna were just talking about having your gambling fund and having fun with it, and it kind of offsets your mentality. It's the same thing with investing, where if you are investing for the long term, it is always a good thing to have 10% of it, right, a small percentage of it, that you do what you want with it, right? You take that money and you say, okay, well, I think I know how to make money in this market, and you take a small amount and you do it. Because if you don't set aside that money, then you're going to use too much of your account and think you know what you're doing, and you're going to end up losing more than you should. So it's like most investors, they're going to say the same thing. Take 90% of your money, invest it into blue chip stocks, the S&P 500, right? Diversify it as you will, and then don't touch it. Leave it alone. Don't mess with it. Buy the same things every month at the same time of the month, or maybe every 3 months, maybe once a year, whatever it is. Don't mess with it, because that's how you make money. But then take a small amount of it and say, oh, well, I'm going to try investing in this small company or this startup or this, penny stock. And do that, because that's going to relieve the urge of, hey, maybe I do know what I'm doing, and maybe you do make a little, like reality says, maybe that, gambling account, it passes evals, and gets your PA, and it does work, but it's not going to mess with your core fund or your core strategy, and you're still going to have that on track. But if you don't have that small gambling fund, same with the the PAs, and where I'm at, where there's a lot of times where I'll sit through drawdown, or I'll take my one trade a day, and it's the third loss of the week, and I'm like, man, if I wish I was taking more trades, because maybe I would have actually won some trades, anything like that. Having that second account is going to give you the relief that you need, and not only that, it's going to show you that you might be wrong, right? If you have your main account, you say, okay, well, this is my one trade a day. It wins 62% of the time on average. It's 1-to-1. Whatever it is, it's a solid mechanical strategy that you can follow every single day, but you don't really want to follow it, right? You can, you've done it, and it works, but you don't want to just follow it because it feels slow. So then you have your other account, you mess with it, but then you're going to start to see that other account that you think you know what you're doing is actually making less money than your main account. And then it's going to bring you back to the grips of reality. It's like, oh, so it's not a slow process. It's just the process. It's the same process everybody's had to go through. I mean, maybe it's different for you, but, obviously you have a very high win rate with, less trades than most people would want to take, right? But because of that, a lot of guys that are going to try your strategy, they're not going to get, these monumental. I mean, how many, do you usually get less than one a day on average per month, right? Or is that wrong?
No, not anymore. Yes.
Not anymore.
It used to be, Landon, because I was specifically trading just gold. And that's still what I'm doing on stream. Yes, on stream, you're exactly right. If we're talking about on-stream trades, yes, absolutely. But off-stream, I trade in Q now, and there's 2 trades that I take every single... Well, I shouldn't say 2 trades that I take. 2 trades that I'm ready to take every single day, and I drop them in the right here in the live chat, the live trading chat, every afternoon. Now, sometimes, for instance, yesterday, those 2 trades... I did not enter in the first one. So when that trade played out, I did not enter the first trade. I said I was going to wait and I wasn't going to take it. And the second trade I did take. So I'm always doing at least, 1 trade a day for sure. Normally more like 2, just on them 2 ending trades. And I've been scalping around a little bit on NAS. After the stream's over, just a little here and there. But gold trades have been, they're not one a day over the month anymore at all. They've actually slowed down quite a bit. It's been slow on gold, I'll be honest with you. So Yeah, but
And look at that from where I'm talking. I take one trade a day, and I'm still like, oh man, I wish I was taking 2.
Yeah.
And, it's like I said, there's some guys that want to take 10 plus.
Yep. So with that being said, the end of the day trades, right? If people aren't, quite understanding them, it's kind of your gamble trades, right? When you talk about gambling, it's kind of a gamble trade that I take. Now, do they work out well? Yeah, I mean, the guys here can attest that it works out at a pretty high rate, because how it basically works is if you're triggered, right, then more than likely you're going to win the trade. However, there are a few times that you will hit stops. I've hit stop, a few times, not a lot. You don't get stopped that a lot, but what will happen is you'll set your trade and never get triggered, and then you cancel the order. So a lot of times you don't get triggered into the trade. So that's essentially what they are. But normally one of them ends up, triggering you and ends up getting to TP1 at least and stop into profit. So it's decent, but that's another one of those things. I will tell you, that's one of those things that if you don't understand the trading, guys, because I know a lot of you just tried it bands. I hope you understand what it is. And I was talking to you yesterday. I don't think you were talking to me, Bands. I don't know, but I was talking to you yesterday afternoon when you said sorry to hear that. I'm not sure you were talking to me though. And I was trying to tell you that the trade went fine because I thought you were telling me sorry. I think you might have been telling Paul sorry, but either way, no worries. But anyway, if you don't understand how those last 2 trades work, make sure you ask Aiken, ask Paul, ask myself how they work. Don't just try to enter them, because those trades are, 30-second trades, guys. Those trades are, you get entered, you hit TP1, you make your money, you're out. It's a quick $300, $400, $500. That's it. You're out. You're not. This isn't a trade that you get into and you hold until, an hour or whatever. You're just making a few $100s and you're getting out. You're not holding those trades. Those are you're expecting just the push. That's it. You expect the push. If you get triggered, you're in. You take your profit. You walk away. Those trades are not meant to hold and continue on with. I mean, not for me anyways. If that's how you trade them, by all means. But if you don't understand that, make sure you ask one of these guys and how they do it. Don't go just by what I say, but ask Aiken, ask Paul, get with somebody, because they may do them a little different than I do. But I mean, these trades for me are 30-second trades. I make, a few $100s and I'm out. There's nothing more to it than that. And you walk on. What'd you say, Ralph? Was he talking to us or no? Maybe not. Rolf, you're okay. Yeah, he must not have been talking to us. All right.
I think really at the end of the day, it can be very, very easy to ignore a lot of the main problems that we all have in trading, and especially given the nature of trading, where most of us, if not all of us, will go through periods where, you have a month, maybe even 2 months. Like in my strategy specifically, I find that pretty much every year there's about 2 months where it is horrible. I mean, it's really, really bad. It's been worse some years and better others, but at the end of the month, I would be down by, a couple, sometimes up to 10 R in that month. That sucks. But when you look at it over the entire year, you still make, if I'm risking 2% a trade, the year is still 60 to 80%, right? 30 to 40 R in that year. Those are still good returns. Now, another thing that I've noticed, right? If you're going through and you're trading, and let's say you are trading a 3-to-1 structure, right? And maybe you don't structure it R to R, but if you did and you looked at it, and you on average you make 3 times your losers, right, per win. If that's how your trades are structured, definitely you are going to have a lower win rate than someone who's trading 1-to-1. I mean, that's given, right? You're not going to make more you're not going to win more by holding longer. That mathematically that doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah. And given that, okay, let's say your win rate's 40%. If you're doing 3-to-1 with 40%, that is really, really good, right? It means, 4 times 3 is 12, and then minus 6 every 10 trades in a perfect environment, you're going to make 6R on every 10 trades. That's pretty good returns. So now let's say you miss one of those 3-to-1 trades, just one. Well, now your profit is cut in half. Right? Or maybe you don't quite get 3R on 2 of those trades. You only get 2R. But now you're getting like 33% less. You're making 4R instead of 6R. So it only takes a little bit to throw it all off. And so if maybe it's not even you're consistently missing trades, right? But it only takes 1 or 2. And you look at your end of the month statement or end of every 3-month statement, right? You're saying, well, man, on the back test, it shows I should have made 15R, but I only made 8. Or even worse, you're at break even, right? Even if it's at a month, right? You're like, man, I should end this month at 4R, but I'm at break even. Right? What happened? Well, you're not adding up commission. You're not getting all out of your trades. You missed a couple trades. Any of these things that are they're not very difficult, but they're difficult to track, right? They're a lot more difficult than just tracking, hey, I took this trade today, so I'm going to jot it down as this. Right, you're not tracking commission, you're not tracking slippage, you're not tracking missed trades, you're not tracking, any of these things that have a part to play. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. At your end of month statement, and they add up, and then when they do add up, you think it's the strategy. You think, well, my back testing must be wrong, or my live trading must be wrong, or my journaling must be like any of these things, and you assume that, and so you make a change, which isn't what you should do. Right? Maybe you should look at it, and maybe it changes, right? But instead of 3-to-1, maybe you should scale it down to 2-to-1. And you see, okay, well, 2-to-1 on the back testing makes a little less. And you go through and you go, well, sure, maybe it makes a little less in a perfect environment, but I know that I can make 2-to-1 happen way more often. Like, I can actually get the full amount out of my 2-to-1 trades more often than I can in my 3-to-1s. And not only that, if you miss a trade, it is much less impactful. Like, I scaled down from going to the 3-to-1 structure to the 2-to-1 structure, and then now I'm at the 1-to-1 structure. And if I look at my backtest, the 1-to-1 structure does, in a perfect environment, make less. But I also know that the odds that I miss a trade isn't 0, right? It can happen. And when it does happen, it affects me way, way more than it would on a 3-to-1 than it would on a 1-to-1. Because I know it makes a little bit of a difference, right? Yeah. On my end of month statement. And then even more than that, I went to the 1-to-1 because I saw that not only can I get 1-to-1 with a 63% win rate, right? And win rate doesn't really matter in this field, right? It's nice to know, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter because you need so many trades for that to even work itself out. All that matters is does it work or not. But yep. I bring it up because I don't trade 1-to-1. I really trade 1.2-to-1. And I get that 0.2 out of it because I know that getting a little more than 1-to-1 happens more often than not, right? When I look at my trades and I look at all my screenshots and I go through all my 1-to-1 winners and I look at every single screenshot, almost 95% of the time, it's going to go past 1-to-1. Maybe not 2-to-1, right? It doesn't quite make it to 2-to-1, but it'll go past 1-to-1. And that 0.2 covers my commission and it covers my slippage and it gives me a little bit more out of the trade. And not only that, like Brianna was saying, I cut my losses short. So I used to have my stop loss be like 3 ticks below the bottom of the candle, right? I set my entries and exits on the top and the bottom of my candles. Well, I used to set it 3 ticks below the bottom of my candle. I stopped doing that because what I found is that candle is a breaking point. It's a good stop loss. And by good stop loss, I mean if it hits my stop loss, it's going to continue to go in the other direction and probably with a lot of volume, right? Because it's hitting stop losses. So I stopped moving my stop loss below that and put it right on the candle, because I know that I'm more likely to get slipped after it breaks that low and doesn't quite hit my stop loss and it blows past it than I am if I set it right there and I just take the loss as it is and I don't get slipped more than I should, right? And that slip might be, you know, $5-10, but $5-10 with $100 risk is 5 to 10% extra weight that you probably aren't getting on your winners, right? Because my winners aren't necessarily a breaking point since I trade an R to R structure. If I was trading a, you know, a structure where, yes, my take profit is a breaking point, then, you know, that'd be different, but that's just not how I trade. My stop losses are at a breaking point, not my winners. And I prefer to trade that way, and I found that it works better for me. But I get a little bit more out of my winners, and I cut my losses right at the knees and make sure that they don't blow past, and I get slipped by that extra 5, 10, sometimes 15, 20% just by getting out. And, you know, again, the first thing that I ask myself is like, well, am I cutting my losses too short? Well, not really, because I looked at my losses and I said, well, or my winners, and I said, well, how often do my winners come all the way down to even 5 ticks away from my stop loss and then reverse? It is almost never does it happen. So I'm almost better off by moving my stop loss closer into that candle just to get a little bit less from those losses and have a little bit more room for my winners, and just getting out, right? Not hoping and praying, oh man, it was 2 ticks away from my stop loss. It might still turn around. The back test showed that that's not likely. It's almost, you know, 100% unlikely to happen. So not you guys, me, I'm only holding on, hoping that it'll turn around. But the back testing and the live trading show that's not real. That's not how it works. I'm much more likely to just get slipped on my stop loss than if I had just moved my stop loss a little closer and say, all right, well, this trade didn't work. Let me get out and lose 0.9 R instead of the full 1-to-1, and my winners are 1.2. Like, that is a huge offset in the green when it comes down to the end of the year P&L.
Yep, and that's the whole thing when it comes to risk, and you gotta realize where that's at. Like, there's traders out there, guys, and I mean, I'm not gonna name any names, but there's traders out there that, you know, they've been trading for 30 years, guys, and they've got like a 20% win rate, you know, and that's something I'm going to hit on when Landon says, you know, but what do, right? Like, what's the difference between them? Why are they profitable over all this time? Why are they still making money? Exactly what Landon just said. What have they done? Their stop losses are tight. Super, super tight. You know, they're taking a stop. When you're talking about a 20% win rate, their stop is super, super, super close. So they cut their trades fast. If it doesn't go their way, they're gone. They're done. They're not in the trade no more. It's real simple. If it didn't happen the way they wanted it, they're not in the trade. Their stop losses are tight, and their winners, you know, they let them run. They don't trade R to R per se, like what Landon's talking about here. So their winners, essentially, they let their winner go and go and go and go and go, and then, you know, it turns into a big trade when it's all said and done. But it takes several trades to get there. Why? Because exactly what Landon's saying here, they tighten up their stop loss to the area that, hey, if it stops me, I'm going to have a super tight stop. If it stops me, who cares? You know, this is I'd rather take less of a loss. And because essentially, what are you doing, right? You're trying to take a shot, right? You're trying to take a chance at what we're talking, you know, what you're trying to accomplish. So you think the market's going to go up. So you want to give yourself that opportunity to get involved with that. However, you don't want to spend any more than you have to on that chance. And that's essentially what Landon's saying here. Why spend more money on an opportunity to make a winning trade if you don't need to? If you've worked it out to where you could put a tighter stop loss. Again, this goes right back to what we were talking about, limiting your losses, right? You're limiting the amount of your loss. Good morning, Warner. Sorry, I just arrived, but to add, Dr. David Paul has 23% win rate and made a lot of money. The moment a trade goes against him, they close. Yeah, he's a very good example of exactly what I'm talking about. 20%, 23% win rates, and they take very small losses. As soon as it's not, good, they're out. They're never holding a trade, and that's exactly what Landon was just talked about. Same thing. You're tightening up your stop loss. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. A lot of newbies will tell you, well, if I just would have, opened up my stop loss, this would have ran, and that's great. This trade, right? No, that's where Landon's going to tell you something completely different, because for those trades, he just said, he went back and he looked at it, right? For the 1 or 2 trades that you may not have got stopped out on, you would have been stopped out on few more in the end, and you would have lost more money. So why would you be risking that all the time? I mean, and you have to look at your own trading style and your own strategy, and that's what it's all about. That's, and Landon even said it earlier. He says, strategies don't make that, it's not the strategy per se, and it's not. At the end of the day, it's how you work that strategy in. What is your risk? What do you make off of? What is your win rate? What are you risking for that? Where's your stop loss at? Those are all the key points of what a strategy really is, as to whether you become profitable with that strategy. Is there a right strategy out there? There's a right one for you, right? There's a right one for you. What are your thoughts about re-entering? You trigger when it re-triggers. And that's the thing. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of people will stop out quick and then re-enter once they see the setup again. So the next opportunity. Yeah. Werner, I assume that's what you're talking about. Basically, you get a close above, let's just say, and then it comes back down below, and you get out immediately rather than taking the loss, and now you get a close above again, and now you re-enter the trade. And again, if it comes back down, you close it out, take the stop, and then if you get a close above again, yeah, you enter it. And then which one runs? Well, isn't that the whole thing? And that's what I try to show, the difference of the way I trade here every day and how everybody else does it. I do not look at, and I hate to say it, I got Werner and Landon both here who are very mechanical-minded traders. I don't like the mechanical side of things, right? And that is exactly the reason, because I don't believe that a close above is the secret sauce to why you enter a trade. I believe that trading is all about timing. And that's the hard part that I'm trying to get people to understand here on the live streams, and trying to emphasize more on, because I finally wrapped my head around how you guys are looking at it. And I'm not talking about you, Werner, you, Landon, and mechanical strategies. I'm talking about the whole entire space of people that come in here. The reason that they can't wrap their head around my strategy so much is because they don't understand the build up to why you take a position, right? It doesn't have anything to do with, looking at the chart and saying, okay, we're going to short at 3391.4. For me, that's never anything that's going to enter. Why would we short here? Well, I mean, frankly, I wouldn't short here, right, currently. But why would you long here? Because shorts came in, and now if shorts win, now you're going into the short stop losses, right? So all these things have to take place. So when I'm talking about a setup, and I tried to explain this a bit yesterday, to more of a thought, but you're looking for, yeah, I know, Werner. I shouldn't try to explain it, but yeah, I mean and that's why it's different for me. It's not a mechanical strategy, because it's not, hey, my entry is, and I think that's where everybody gets confused. I say, okay, so let's just say you're going long here. Well, what do you want to see? You want to see a close above, a bottom wick, and a flip to go up. But with that being said, what I keep saying, why? Why is there a wick here? Right? And let's look at it. We just went over this exact same thing yesterday. Paul, are you still here? I don't know if Paul's here. Okay. Now let's look at this real fast, just for fun. Just for fun, guys. Okay. right here. What is this? Is it order block? You know, if you want to call it that, get your order block over here on your low time frame. This is your supply zone. Now, you could say, okay, well, we're support resistance. We'll go into that right here. You know, let's make this white so we don't get confused. So there's your resistance there. Okay. So if you look at this, and here's where everything's so much different. If you look at this, right, here's your double top down on your lower time frames, all these things. But so who's short, right? All your SMC guys that entered for your order block up here. Your fair value gap was filled right here. See that to the T? Look, right there with the fair value gap fill. What, you see how it lines up with it? Let's take this resistance off here. Okay, so your 30-minute fair value gap was filled right there. You had a gap there, came up, filled in, right? So you look at all these things, you start asking yourself, okay, so who all's short? Your supply traders are more than likely short here. Your order block traders that came up into this bearish order block, your SMC guys that are short from the fair value gap on the 30, right? All these guys are short now. Okay. And what happened? They came down. Did they hit TP? No. Right. Where's demand at? Down here. Right. So everybody's looking for either to come down here, tap this area, or to sweep the lows. You know, different traders are going to look for different places. So where are they? They're short in this. Okay. So we come up where their stop loss is at, above these highs. Right. What's going to happen if we come up here and we tap this orange line? For anybody that doesn't know the orange line, that's previous day high. See, here's your daily range. So we're inside. So what's going to happen when we tap that high? We tap that high, shorts are going to come in. Right? So for a perfect position, let's just say, what do you want to see? What do I want to see? Let's call this money. This is your stop losses, right? Okay, so everybody will say, well, why don't you just trade into it right now? Let's just, well, I guess we can't draw it that way, but we'll say this is money. We'll even go green with it to make it fun. Let's just go green with it. Now it looks like money. Okay, so here's where everybody's stop losses are sitting above these highs for the people who are entered in. Well, where the difference comes in at is you're trying to trade up into this now, right? But how many stop losses are up here? Only the ones from the things that we just explained. We come up and we tap this orange line. How many more are involved? Now you've got all your supply traders. Now you've got your high time frame pattern traders. Because what is this? It's just a big old M, right? And this is what we're looking at. And you could even call that part of it, but let's just call this the M, right? For fun's sake, if you go to your 4 hour whatever, this is what they're looking at. So when we get up here, how many people enter short? How many people are in short positions? Right? That's how I look at it. What do we got up here? If we get up here, what do? We put a wick on this candle. If we come up and we start doing, what do we know? We know that wicks are going to go on these candles. So if we get up into that area, what do we expect? If we come up here, which we put a top wick and we flipped here, so how long does this take? You know, who knows? It's 11 o'clock now, but let's just say that we're at 9 o'clock, 9:30 a.m., and we're looking at these moves. What do we expect? We expect that we're going to come up here. We're going to start hitting these areas up here, and shorts are going to come in super, super, super aggressive. You're really going to get shorts involved, right? Because why would you not? Not going to get shorts involved when we're going up to yesterday's highs, when you're up to a double top on high time frames for, you know, your double top or your supply zone or your order blocks or everything else. The more money up here, the more chances that they push through the stop losses. And that's why it's so much different, because I'm looking at it like that. I'm not looking at it just as, okay, so we've got a top wick, we got a close above, we got you get a bottom wick, you flip, you trade it, right? Because all these things actually have to take place. And yesterday we had the perfect example. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember what we were looking at, but if you go back and let yesterday's stream, I said if we just would have had a little steeper wick on this candle, I would have entered. But since the wick wasn't so steep, I didn't enter. And I think that's where people get confused about how I trade. It's got nothing to do with anything more than just orders, where your stop loss is at. But your big question always is why. And if I even told everybody, to do a, everybody's always looking at the chart time and saying, well, I hate chart time. Do some chart time to where you're actually trying to challenge yourself. Where's this price going to go? What's going to happen when we hit this wick? Things like that. Spend your time trying to challenge yourself and get better and better at seeing why the price is going to move. Because at the end of the day, in my opinion, what everybody's got wrong is they don't ever ask the why. We know what's going to happen here. It's going to push down. Then where are we going to find support? Right here at weekly open. Why? Because that's where longs are going to come back in at. That's where all these guys that went short are going to be taking profit. There's a bunch of people that'll be taking profit there. So what happens when this breaks? It falls. Right? And you start paying attention to this stuff all the time. Challenge yourself every day to see the win. And how do you get the win? By the why. Why are people entered? Where are the orders at? Where are they going to go? And win. Because once you start understanding the why, you'll start understanding the win and exactly when these things are going to move. And that's when you want to take advantage of it. Nobody ever understands how it is that I get involved in a move. And as soon as I get involved in it, the price just pushes. That's because it's the win. It's not, that's where, unfortunately, AIs can't figure that out. So you can't make a bot. A mechanical strategy just doesn't work that way. Because we could close above this with a bottom wick 15 times and not get a push up to break these highs. We could sit here and close, all these different things. Let's say this area, you got closes in this area all these times. That doesn't mean that you're going to get a push there. Why? Because these shorts weren't here and these longs didn't come in this doji candle in order to fight against them. Right? So that's where the problem comes in at. And the win is what you're really looking for, because the win is how you get involved in the trade. That's why I say I trade reactions, not predictions. Everybody thinks that I'm saying that you can't predict the market. You can absolutely predict the market, but what does that got to do with trading? To me, it doesn't got a lot to do with it unless you're, a super low leverage swing trader. Now, if you're a super low leverage swing trader, then yeah, it makes complete sense, right? Because you can just open a position today and say, okay, well, gold's going to go to 3,500, let's just say. And you can open that position today and just hold your position until you hit 3,500 and hit your take profit, or, you've got a stop loss at 3,300 and you just hold it, and one of those things happens eventually. But in this space, how we trade, it's all about taking advantage of the moves when they happen, in my opinion. So that's how I look at it. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like all I did was ramble on. Sorry. But that's how I try to look at it. It's more of the why. Like in any strategy that you do, for me, it's a much bigger thing of the why. Like, why did this happen? Right? Like if you say, okay, I'm going to trade the close below this wick. Let's just say that's your pronounced statement. You're going to trade the close below this wick with a top wick and a flip. But why are you doing that? Or I'm going to trade a close above this previous day high. Why? And I mean, if you're saying the close above the previous day high, your why would be because you believe that once we close outside of yesterday's trading range, that you're going to continue to trade outside of yesterday's trading range, right? And that's how people wrap their head around it. But at what point, why do you believe that? Just because traders are going to trade outside of it? I mean, what was your determining factor of what the why was? You can look at the move differently. The previous candle is a failed break of the highs, failed to up. Break of these highs, yeah. Yeah, for me, this was your fair value. I mean, yeah, it's all the same thing. Exactly. So For me, all traders are going to be short because you had the fair value gap fill, you came into supply, you came into a bearish order block, all these things, but I don't trade the short there, right? But will the short play? Yeah, it's going to play. It's going to come down here and it's going to tap. It's going to let them out here. How do we know that? Because we broke the lows here, right? Plus we had a top wick candle with no bottom wick, so it flipped. And once you know, kind of what you just said, within this candle, it's the same thing. Yeah, you went up, didn't break the highs, and then came back down. I guess you could look at it that way. There's a lot of ways you can look at it, and it works in most instances, you know, how you look at it. But for me, it's more, where are the traders? Right? And I think the traders are essentially short here. And then you had traders that believe that this was the pullback for the longs, right? Why is that? We can see it here. If you look at this low time frame, what are you looking at here? You know, and they like to do things like this. But what are we doing? We're making lower or higher lows. You know what I mean? Higher highs. They look at it still as an uptrend, things like that on the lower time frames. That's why you've got the doji here. This doji right here is showing that, you know, people did long here too, and that's what we kind of pushed through. That was the fuel to push through to hit this weekly open that we'll hit next. Like I just said, I mean, basically if we broke this, what are we going to do? We're going to come down here and we're going to hit the weekly open. Why? Because that's where your next set of orders are long. And you'll see that response once we come down here and tap it. It'll come down, it'll tap it, and those long orders will start coming through. And those aren't just longs. Those are profit taking from the shorts that came in, from this fair value gap fill, from your supply zone, from your order blocks. So what do I like to see? I like to see everybody essentially being on the same side of it, right? So once we start getting overstacked, like if we would have came up here, not let all these guys out, all these guys are short, and we came up here and we start tapping this area, well, what happens? The market's very one-sided. Why? Because you got your shorts that came in here. We come up. We got our shorts that came in here. Now, where are the majority of the orders now? They're going to be down here at these lows and up here at these highs. What's the easier place to get to? Right? Yeah. The doji right here. At the daily open. Yeah, it might have. Daily open could have been another reason that we went one way or another. Traders will get involved. Did it tap the daily open of the high, I assume? That's going to be another thing that got shorts in, yeah. Is that what you're saying is the top of that doji, Warner? Yeah. So, same kind of thing. That's because all these strategies are the same. Daily open, these are all, I hate to call them self-fulfilling prophecies, but they are. They all line up at the same places. Why? Because that's how the market moves. So, when you talk about supply, you say, okay, well, supply or a bearish order block, well, that's essentially the same thing. What are you going to have when you push away from there? Well, everybody goes short. So, what are you going to have? An inefficiency, which is a single print or a vector candle or a fair value gap. Why'd you get that? Because everybody went short there. So obviously those things are there. Why did it happen at the daily open? Well, you already know, because people short the daily open, right? I mean, it's always going to be the same thing. So for me, what would I like to see? For me, I would like to see us tap right here. You know, this candle, next candle, whatever. The tap here would have been my initiation to say, okay, if we don't tap here, then we're going to go up here, which would have made a lot more sense to come up here and grab the stops. Why? Because there's more orders above now. Where are the take profits? Well, you're going to see them in several different places. You're going to see them here. Or if you would have moved up here, your VWAP would have been about right. Let me find my drawing tool. Your VWAP would have came up if we would have came up to the high like that. Your VWAP would have came up, and instead of being in this area, it'd have been up about here. So you would have seen a little bit of profit taken there. You would have seen profit taken here at the lows of this supply demand. at the weekly open, all these things. So the profit taking would have been a lot of different places. But where would the stop losses have been? All above the highs. So all the orders would have been clustered in one area, right? For your stop losses, but your take profits would have been in several different areas. So for me, that would have been a decent setup, right? Setup is what? We want to trade into the stop losses. That's my setup. Now, what do I need after that? Once I have all the shorts involved and the market's very short-sighted, well, what do I need after that? Then I need my entry. So what do I need? That top wick. You're hoping that once you come up here, that this is what you're whoops, hold on. I must not have grabbed the tool. You're hoping that this is the candle that you get. Similar to this, right? That's what you're looking for. Candle that looks like this. Go ahead and pull this wick through so that it doesn't look like a crazy candle, because most candles got bottom wicks, but something like that, even if it has a body on it, doesn't matter to me. And now what are you looking for? Well, you're looking for the next candle to come down, put on a bottom wick, and flip. And then I will take profit at the previous day high and expect those stops to get ran. That's why that candle pushes. That's why I think that's why so many people have issues with how I do it, because they think that every, top wick candle, top wick flip, or whatever it is that's just an entry system. And everybody already knows that was Raj's entry system, right? He's a breakout trader. It's just his entry system. I prefer to use that as an entry. I do not trade like Raja. Right? And sometimes it may look that way because maybe I'm trading a breakout. That would look like a breakout there on that particular setup, obviously. And that's the next thing. Well, what happens once it breaks out? Let's just say it breaks out and you get a big top wick, let's say swing failure pattern. What happens then? Well, then you've got your stops hit for your shorts, your longs involved, and what are they looking for? This right here. So what are we looking for? Short. People say, well, that was a fake out. How do you know to trade? No, it's just everybody now sees this as a breaker block, sees this as supply, flip demand, sees this as support or resistance, broke support, sees this as your breakout traders now see this as a breakout, retest, continuation. Now where are all the stop losses below because everybody's long, right? Now you're looking for a setup and an entry there. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. I know it's a lot of babbling on, but that's how I look at it. It's really got nothing to do with a number or a level or anything else per se. It's got more to do with, and I mean, it does have to do with those things because we're working around other traders. So what are they focusing on? Levels, numbers, fair value gaps, What are we doing? We're paying attention to where their orders are, because we know where they're going to enter at. And I mean, obviously you get confirmation of that with wicks. That's the whole thing. Broadening formation for us if it broke that previous daily high. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that's the whole thing. So that's how I wrap my head around it. I've tried to talk about it more and more, only because it's not something that is easily understood, because there's more to it than just, I mean, the setup is, I think, probably the hardest part for people to understand, because everybody thinks the setup's just, whatever. We took this level or didn't take this level. And if you are looking for just a level, here's what I'll tell you, right? Let's just say that you are a trader that believes that these, that you want to try to trade these levels, right? And here's what I'd tell to you. If you want to trade this level, let's just say this level here, right? Then I would tell you that this is how you should trade this level. Right? If that's the level you want to trade, you want a setup just like this. Here's what you're looking for. Now consider trading this level. Right? That's what you're looking for. And then you expect that candle to flip down and run. If you want to trade short at that level, then what you're looking for is you're looking for a no top wick candle, and then to put on that top wick. Where you enter on this is completely up to you. A lot of people wait for the flip. A lot of people will enter that actual area. But if this is what you want to do, is trade your actual areas, I would say make sure that you have an entry system then, not just, oh, it hit my level and now I'm going to trade it, right? That'll just get you out of, it'll just put you into higher probability trades. If you're looking for reversals, look for, 30-minute, 1-hour candles, however you want to do it. I mean, you say 30-minute, the hour will be the same if you use 30-minute candles, right? You do 30-minute candles and just make sure saying gold. If you're doing NQ, try 15. Works just the same. But you want to trade this area, you want to trade the weekly open, you want to trade long, wait for your no bottom wick candle to get in that area, your bottom wick to come and tap it, and then trade it, right? Something like that. Rather than just saying, well, I'm just going to long weekly open, so I'm going to put a entry there. Because that's a lot of reason why people get hurt. It's just for reasons like that, just to add a little more complexity to your entry. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. Just for more reasons not to get involved, right? Something that says, okay, well, here's how I'm going to take it. You'll be surprised just what your win rate changes just doing that. That's what I try to say all the time. Nobody has to trade the way I trade. What I want you guys to do is see the market and understand the why, rather than just blindly entering trades. That's all I want for you, right? Because I think that'll level up your game. Just that. Just why. Why did this move here? Why did it react there? Or why does my strategy say this? And please don't say because institutions trade there. That's not a good reason, guys. Institutions trade the exact same thing as everyone else does. So yes, institutions enter in the same places as every other trader out there. Institutions are trading, falling wedges. Institutions are trading formation patterns. Institutions are trading candlestick patterns. Go to SMB Capital, Google it, and that's one of the biggest institutional traders out there. They've got plenty of learning material on how they trade. I lost viewers there. They love it when I do that. Just don't fall for the hype, guys. Institutions trade just the same as everybody else, and everybody trades the same, sadly. So pay attention to that. Figure out the why, rather than just following blindly from something that some crazy person says on YouTube, and that includes me. Don't just follow blindly. Ask the why. You figure it out yourself, right? Put some sense to it. Anybody got any questions before I shut down today?
I got one more point. I'll go ahead and throw in.
Absolutely.
I think it could be very helpful too for everybody here to kind of adventure into other types of trading, right? Not necessarily other, assets and futures, but even broader than that. Like if you tried options trading, or even still like swing trading, or everybody should have, a long-term investment account, like anything like that. I think that helps, because I feel most people, they get into trading and they get addicted to trading, and they want to be as active as they possibly can, which again, I understand. Everybody has the same feeling, and whether that's because they want to make a lot of money or because they just truly enjoy trading, having other outlets like that be a huge help. And I think you'll learn that trading, or not day trading rather, whether it be investing, swing trading, or anything like that, or option contracts, is a lot easier. It's a lot easier than day trading, because you are much more hands off, and you just you do the research, follow a strategy, or just if you're investing, buy up companies that are proven to work long term, and you'll see that you're not going to be making very much money depending on your balance that you start with, but it's a lot easier in terms of how many you win, or how susceptible you feel to over trading or revenge trading, like anything like that. Like if you're just taking one trade a week, on an account that has $1,000 in it that you're not trying to make a living from, you're going to be a lot less likely to make the same mistakes you would day trading, where you do want to make it your full-time income, just because the mental side of it and the beliefs you have before going into it, right? And it's fun. It's fun to just try other types of trading.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. Absolutely. Anybody got any questions for Landon by chance? He's said a lot today, guys. Hit him with some questions as well. He's not here, a lot, and we don't have no education stream today. I already told you guys that earlier on, but so if you have any questions for him, this is a perfect time, guys. All right. I am going to shut down. Rolf, if you're still here, I told you didn't say anything. I couldn't make it out. I asked you. I said, what did you say? I couldn't make out what you said. I knew you said something, but I didn't know if you were actually talking to us or not. So I had no idea. All right, guys. Have a good rest of your day. Landon, I appreciate you showing up. Very good talks. I love it whenever you show up to the stream. Keeps me on conversation, which is absolutely great.
Yeah.
Appreciate each and every one of you for showing up, guys. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your day. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.
Y'all move pieces random, I calculate precise. While you chase quick profits, I'm strategizing twice, 10 steps ahead. Your basic moves I can predict. This ain't no simple game, my method's scientific. Rapid calculations, market oscillations. You stuck on one move plans, I'm seeing combinations. Bank account elevation through smart navigation. While y'all keep hesitating, I'm accumulating. Check and mate, don't hate, this ain't debate. You move too late, I already sealed your fate. My mind's a supercomputer processing gains, while y'all still confused by simple price change. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, get it. Pawns advanced strategic, every move methodic. While y'all play checkers, I'm out here encyclopedic. Quick with the statistics, flowing algorithmic. Brain automatic, profit systematic. Fuck what you heard about fast cash and luck. I studied patterns till my vision got stuck. Now every chart I see reveals the truth. Market manipulation can't shake my groove. Queen takes bishop but controls the field. Knowledge is power, that's my strongest shield. Call me grandmaster of this trading floor, while y'all still learning what the game is for. Patience in motion, strategic devotion. Watch and learn, feel the burn. Learn, trade, win. Accelerate the pace, leave no trace. Your simple strategies I'll straight replace with complex calculations, market domination, pure dedication, no hesitation. Been in the lab while y'all been sleeping, studied the craft while y'all been creeping. Now watch me demonstrate perpetual check while your account balance hits the deck. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, that's the system. Checkmate, game over. Level up, game over. Learn, trade. Learn, trade. turn these charts into what I earn. Started from the bottom with a phone in my hand. Everybody laughed when I said I had a plan. Small account vibes, but my mindset was grand. Now them same folks wanna know where I stand. Been up since 5, studying every line. While they waste time, I'm reading every sign. First few trades hit me like a brick wall, but I ain't give up, now I learn from every fall. You're wasting time, that's what my daddy said. Get a real job, man, I mess with my head. But I kept pushing, kept my focus tight. Now my account growing, future looking bright. Hey, learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. My time. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn. Baby. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Red candles had me doubting everything. Green days came slow like a broken wing. But I studied hard, yeah, I paid my dues. Now I'm teaching others how to read the clues. Remember crying when I blew my first stack, but that loss taught me how to bounce back. Now I'm in my zone, reading every trend. Making moves that got my whole crew fed. You thought I was crazy, glued to these screens. Now look who's winning, living out these dreams. This ain't luck, baby, this is pure skill. Years of grinding up this market here. They said I couldn't make it, said I should quit trading. Now look who's calculating, while they stay hating. Hey. I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. Yeah, watch and learn. I stay quiet, why they loud? Keep it cool, in the crowd. Watching charts, day and night. Taking notes, got my lane. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Lost it all, back in May. Learned my rules, found my way. No emotions when I trade, calculate every play. Check the trends, read the signs, take my time. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Started from zero, now I'm up. Studied the game, built it up. Losses taught me what I know. Now I move smart, watch it grow in my zone. Charts on screen, everything moving clean. No distractions, clear mind. Perfect timing, by design. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent money. Yeah. Watch and learn. Silent moves. That's how we do it.
Yeah. You fuck that weak shit. I stay focused while they all quit. Let's go.
All day I grind, screen in my face, numbers align, set my own pace. Fuck what they say, I got my way. Most walk away, but I'm gon' stay. Quick with the clicks, mindful of tricks. Ain't no look shit, pure analytics. Watch how I move, call it precise. Ready to prove, bid it their price. Wait and strike, do it right. Learn the game, stack the game. Patient hunt, front to front. This my time, watch me climb. Fuck all the noise, clear out my head. Make the right choice, stack up this bread. Quick on the draw, but timing is key. Study the law of supply, yeah. D, charts tell the truth, data don't lie. Here's the proof, watch profits fly. Discipline tight, mind in the zone, do this shit right. I'm on thrive.
Down, take a breath, every L just shows the test. Build it up, break it down, analyze without the stress. Then
back in attack, flow like a pro. Stay on the track, watch numbers grow. Cut through the shit, trust what I know. Win bit by bit, put on a show. Every move planned, nothing by chance. Take my stance, seize my advance. Quick with the wits, sharp as a blade, making hits. Getting paid, getting paid. Ring, 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 ring. Charts on my screen, mind in the zone. Studying patterns while I'm all alone. Fuck all the bullshit, this ain't no game. When I hit that trade, watch the profit rain. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Quick with the clicks, analysis tight. Market's moving, but I time it right. See that signal, I don't hesitate. Years of losses taught me how to navigate. Finger on the trigger, heart beating fast. Each trade I take, built from lessons past. Fucking with precision, watch how I flow. Red to green, baby, that's how we go. Charts telling stories, I read them clear. While amateurs panic, I persevere. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Community strong, we share what we know. Each trade we take helps the other one grow. Fuck the FOMO, we stay calculated. Patient assassins, highly rated. Break down resistance, support won't bend. Technical masteries where we transcend. Keep it controlled, no emotional trades. That's how the real fucking money gets made. Discord buzzing, knowledge flowing free. Real-time updates from LTW family. Chart patterns forming, we spot them quick. Experience taught us which ones to pick.
slow it down, let me tell you something clear. Every loss I took brought me right here.
built my strategy through blood and tears. Now I execute without any fears.
Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Time to accelerate, watch how I close. Each trade I take, peeling verbose. Rapid execution, precision sharp. Like a fucking sniper in the dark. No hesitation when I see the sign. Years of practice got my skills refined. Community backing every move I make. That's why this shit is in carts till they knew my name.
This ain't luck, this is pure damn skill. Watch how we fucking climb up this hill. Learn, trade, motherfucking win. That's the mindset that we're always in. Discord army, we don't ever quit. Making history with every hit.